The raucous sounds of joy and falling coin were the norm for the traveling group of performers that Líadáin called family. Líadáin had spent the entirety of her life in perpetual travel, wandering Faerun. As the only granddaughter of Nat1Fun, the matriarch of the Maidrach players, her life on the road was the only one she had ever known. Performing to peasants and lords, from large deafening crowds to small intimate ones, performing is etched into her bones. To sway a crowd with her words, her voice, her playing, to tell a story that can cause a torrent of emotions within the heart. There was nothing better. Well, there might have been one thing better. You see, despite the fact that Líadáin had done nothing but roam for her entire life, she had not been allowed to experience the world. Machir Chida would never allow her to be alone, ever. She had people who were paid, instructed, bullied even, to follow her at times. Rarely was she able to lose them, though Líadáin is a tricky one, when she wants to be. One of those rare times happened to be near Waterdeep. They were playing at the request of the Open Lord at the time. During a performance, she was able to slip her followers and escape her sheltered ways. Líadáin was free. She was finally able to carve her own path. Since then, she has wandered as far and as wide as the road would take her. Whilst playing at a small tavern in Sembia, she heard of a merchant caravan heading to the frozen north. Hearing about the lovely colors that sparkle in the sky, Líadáin bartered her way in. After the arduous journey through the mountains and several 10 days of job hopping, Líadáin has now found herself amongst those trapped in Icewind due to the everlasting night. Will she get to roam the lands as she once had dreamt, or has her curiosity finally led her ever closer to a frozen end?
To lead us back into where we were. Again, Líadáin had made her way up north to the frozen lands of Icewind Dale. And now being in Icewind Dale for quite some time, for a decent amount of time, especially for her as a traveler, she has found herself locked away because of the everlasting rhyme. So now, Líadáin, you have found work recently within 10 towns, and it is you are working currently at one of the inns and taverns. And this inn and tavern just so happens to be in Bryn Shander, one of the largest of the 10 towns.
Of course it is.
You figure that this is probably the best place to either find opportunities, maybe hearsay about getting out of Icewind Dale somehow. But currently, you're kind of just running in circles, doing basic jobs, stuff that you wouldn't normally be used to, but you've kind of gotten used to the lifestyle here. A little bit.
Well, when there's nothing else to do but cold.
What do you do? Nah, cold, you know.
That's it. It's just cold.
So, I'm going to read off a little narrative to kind of lead us into this. The door to the inn and tavern swings open as a gust of wind and snow blows into the room. A collective groan from the patrons is let out as a shadowed form kicks the excess snow from their fur-lined boots. Struggling to close the door against the forces of the wind, the heavily clothed figure places their back against it, finally latching the door shut. With a lean stature and a face covered by a large wrapping of ornate cloth, the figure unravels their face and reveals himself. Líadáin, what do you look like?
I am a human female with red hair, once people have told me that somehow I dyed it. It is not dyed. It is all my own. I know others are jealous of it, but it's mine. Right now it's plated in back because why else would it not be? It's a lot of hair. You don't really like to mess with it. My eyes are blue. I'm about normal stature. I'm about normal build. I'm not big. I'm not little. But in the frozen everything, you really don't want to be one or the other because too little makes you freeze and too big makes you freeze. I'm really bored. Um, I've got bright blue eyes. I don't have any scars or any moles or anything that's really would give me away. I tried to find dried flowers to put in my hair, but it's really difficult here. So if I can find somebody who's got them, I buy them if I've got the cash, but I don't always have the coin.
So, in your arms as you come through the door, you carry a bundle of wood. And you know here in Icewind Dale, wood is not a common commodity. You were asked to gather this wood from one of the traders going out, and you actually had to pay quite some coin in order to do so. From your boss, who you know as Scrimsax. Sorry, Scramsax. Scramsax. He tasks you with jobs here and there. But of course your main passion and your main position here is that of your bardic lifestyle. What would you normally be doing here in that manner if you were to play as a bard?
Well, it depends on the night. I try to keep it different because since there aren't a lot of travelers to 10 towns, you don't really want your repertoire to get stale and for the people not to want to come and see you. So on some nights, I just recite whatever comes into my head. Sometimes it's poetry, sometimes it's a story. On some nights, I sing. On some nights, I just play my lute or my mandolin or my fiddle. But it's any one of those. I'm really comfortable on the stage, just doing whatever, really. So it really depends on the night. Tonight would probably be singing, because I really don't feel like telling a story. But if the right coin were to appear, I could definitely tell a story.
Sure thing. After working here at the North Look Inn and Tavern for several months now, you see a number of familiar faces, drowning themselves in mead and attempting to warm themselves near the small fire pit that burns in the center of the first floor. You can see now that the fire pit is kind of dying down, and many of the patrons kind of gather, you see like 2 or 3 people kind of pick up their drinks and move closer to the fire as they sit there and talk. But really, what catches your attention as you place the logs down near the fire, you look over and you see Scramsax, the human owner of the inn, currently trying to settle an argument between what looks like a dwarven man covered in furs, with a bit of his nose missing, obviously due to frostbite, and a taller young woman, dressed in cold weather gear with what looks like a skinning knife on her hip.
What's going on here?
You see Scramsax is literally kind of in between them, like taking his hands and like pushing them apart. The dwarf looks very aggressive, and the woman is kind of just putting her hands up. Scramsax looks over at you. About time you get here. Come over here, help me out.
Oh, friends, what have you got going on?
Look,
I'm
I don't
sure
have time
that
for this
whatever
shit.
what was said wasn't meant.
Look, I don't have time for this shit. I've got a tavern to run. You deal with this. Come see me after you're done with these two.
All right.
You kind of see him saunter off, and you see him like he had his hand on his sword, like ready to go at any second. But he kind of takes it off of the sword as you kind of approach, and he's just like, bah! And leaves him to you.
So, friends, what's the problem?
The little...
If she didn't insult your pretty face,
He kind of
it would
looks
be
at
difficult to get past faces.
He looks at you with his,
I have a
like,
thing for men with scars.
busted nose, you know, of course, like, it's missing the tip and it's blackened at the end. And he looks at you and he furrows his brow. And he goes, "Bah! This woman! She killed me friend!"
How did she kill your friend?
You see-
And how do you know it was her?
You see the woman kind of, "Come on! I didn't do anything of the such." "You did! You killed me friend! You took him on that trip with ye! Nary did return with him now."
Wait,
It was an
a
accident!
trip?
Yes, it was an accident, a hunting trip. We were just on a hunting trip. And look, there was a snowstorm that came in. And we lost track of each other, and I mean, you know, it's a pretty common occurrence here. That stuff happens all the time. Look, I'm not responsible for whatever Morgoth does.
Oh, handsome. She didn't kill your friend.
How do you know
They
that?
got lost.
I saw it in her eyes before she left.
What did she have what did he have that she might want? Was he as pretty as you? Because then she definitely wouldn't want to kill him. Why
don't
don't you
know.
just calm down? Let me buy you a drink.
Calm down, me friend is dead. How am I supposed
he
to calm
though?
down?
Do you know that he's dead? Have you seen his body?
He's missing. He didn't come home. He's dead. What else would he be?
True, it's cold.
The woman kind of looks up and she's like, "He's probably dead." Ah, so she admits it. She killed him.
Yes. No, that is not what she said. She admitted that he was dead. She didn't admit that she killed him. Were there more people in this party? How do you know that it was her?
Well, they had made a pact. They had heard about a reindeer or something outside of the city.
There's always something like that going on. You don't actually happens.
Look, I swear it. We saw
People
the
get
reindeer.
lost in the snow all the time.
We saw the reindeer, and before we could even attempt to make a kill, a snowstorm came in. And I don't know what happened to Morgoth after that. We lost sight of each other, and I couldn't find the deer, and I just headed home as soon as I could find myself in the storm itself. Likely story.
It sounds like she was actually concerned for your friend.
She didn't serve no concern to tell nobody when she came back, but come here and have a drink. I came to have a drink to mourn.
Yeah, what would you do if you found out that somebody was dead?
I'd avenge the killer.
How
Yeah.
do you avenge the snow?
I
How do you
came
go
to
attack it?
I came to avenge the killer here, and he looks up. You, Sarah, you know what you did.
Look, I think that you've got another problem, and I don't think this is your problem. And I think that either you can get out, or you can sit down and you can talk this through, because I don't think she killed friend.
You can see she's
And I was tasked with fixing it. So, considering I get to fix it, you can go, or you can stay, and you can listen to me sing. And I sing pretty well.
So go ahead and roll
I'll
me
even sing a song for...
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, would you?
First roll with a new dice. That is a 21.
21 persuasion check.
Yes, because that was a 17, and I have a +4.
Excellent. So, the very first roll of the game, above a 20, very nice. Starting it off right. So, as the dwarf kind of sits there and looks at you and looks at her with his furrowed brow, you see as you speak to him, his brow becomes less furrowed. And he kind of wipes himself down. You can see like soot on his hand kind of wipes across his forehead. And you see that
I hand him a napkin.
Sarah, he kind of just looks at you and just takes it and like blows his nose.
Just let it all out.
Sarah, she's standing a good 2 or 3 feet taller than him, places her hand kind of like on his shoulder, and she goes, "Morgeth was a good man, Dorgal. It's not my fault. It's these damned lands. You know what happens when people end up alone in the ice and in snow. I know. He was my friend. We worked in the mines together for years now. For him to go just like that, it's hard to just accept. I'm sorry. What was your name again, lass?" He looks up at you, Líadáin.
My name is Líadáin.
My apologies.
There's no reason to apologize. Emotions are big. Bad ones and good ones. I understand.
You see Sarah look over in Scramsax's direction and kind of just do like a roundabout motion. And Scramsax nods his head, pours up an ale, brings it over to the table, kind of rolls his eyes at both of them, knowing what he had just gone through, places it on the table, and they sit down and they begin to have a conversation. Sounds like they're reminiscing.
I'm gonna leave you two for a bit. If you need me, just holler and I'll be around. I'm gonna go talk to me boss for a bit.
Thank you, Líadáin.
Anytime.
You walk over, and Scramsax has made his way back now to the kitchen, kind of like behind the bar, and inside of a small area behind the kitchen, behind the bar. You know, this is where he usually cooks his food, finds his drinks, whatever's necessary that isn't on tap or right up front. And you see Scramsax is rummaging through a large wooden barrel for just a moment, and then before he pulls out like a huge, probably like 3 foot long knucklehead trout and slams it. Shit, hit my mic. And slams it into a large iron grate that sits above a small fire.
Are ya hungry?
Yeah, I wish it was for me, but it's not. Anyways, you know, I never came up with today's meal. What? We got a few meals on the menu. I never came up with today's special. Should it be the knucklehead sandwich, the knucklehead doubt, or maybe the trout and sprout sauerkraut? What do you think?
Oh, see, I'm always a fan of your trout and kraut sauerkraut.
Ah, yes, the trout and sprout sauerkraut. Well, luckily we have just enough sauerkraut to make it through the night, I believe.
So let's do that one.
Sounds good. You look
what do you need?
Yep, you look over at Scramsax, and he's described himself as a rugged ex-sellsword. But you really find it difficult to believe, with his now protruding gut and very non-confrontational nature at times. He uses you a lot of times to kind of solve any kind of bickering or whatever may occur. But, that being said, you've seen Scramsax grab and use that sword on his hip with extreme grace to settle many of the inn's problems, like here and there. So surprising enough, Scramsax kind of looks over at you. He kind of waves you in a little bit closer to kind of get you to help him with ingredients on the fish.
All right.
He looks over at you and he says, Líadáin, you've been a good help here, so I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Now I know you have a show tonight, so
Gently.
I'd ask you if you could do a few more chores around the place before going and getting ready for your show.
All right.
And he
I guess.
pulls out a scroll, and a lot of things on the scroll you've seen before, but he has check marks by each one of them. And you notice that there are several things that need to be done still. You see that the chunks of ice need to be chopped in order to, make water for the inn, from outside, the large ice blocks that you usually chop down. Mopping and wiping up the tavern needs to take place. Fire tending, if you can go and make sure that the fire is lit still from all the wood that you just gathered. And also the stables out back, they need a little bit of tending, maybe feeding the horses or brushing them or something like that to help tend to the horses. All this stuff is yet to be done. You can partake in any of them if you like.
Well, since I just handled something in the main room, let's not go back in there for now. Why don't I go deal with the horses for a bit and just get out and clear my head before the performance. I like to kind of get centered and get ready when at all possible.
Sure. So, here in Icewind, you would think that they have horses. But actually, that's being here for quite some time. You are normally tending to what is called an axbeak. Do you have knowledge of what an axbeak is?
I do not.
Okay. Think of a giant dodo, or like a tauntaun from Star Wars, and mix the two, and that's essentially what you get. It's a very scary attack dodo. So,
yes! Awesome.
You put on your cold weather gear. You have to really bundle up. You wrap your face up like you normally do before stepping outside, and you kind of brace yourself for a moment, kind of sigh, and walk out the back door. And you are berated with just a blast of cold air as you step outside. As you leave the tavern music behind. And,
just want to leave.
You kind of have to cover your eyes as the snow is blowing in your face. Now it's not like a blizzard or anything like that, but it's just a constant snow. Ever since you got here, after the incident of the Rime, the snow has just been constant. Snow shoveling has been a nightly occurrence every single time, and by the time you're done with your shift, you need to do it again. It is just a constant rate of snow.
Nightly, it's about every hour.
It feels like it. So, as you make your way out back towards the stables, you can see two of your Axbeak friends out there. You've kind of come to know them, and they have slowly but surely come to trust in your presence. You approach one, and you know that these things don't have names, but you could have named one during this time. If you would have, what would be the name for one of these Axbeaks?
So the two that are here are named Luke and Leia.
Luke and Leia. Okay. I like it. Luke and Leia. Alright. So you approach, and of course, Luke is behaving. He always does, he's a good boy. But Leia seems to be like gnawing on her frozen chains or ropes. She seems to be gnawing on them currently.
Oh, darling, what are you doing now? Stop it, stop it.
You approach and she...
I gently as you can, with a giant attack bird, try and get her lead and her halter away from her mouth, because it's not good for her beak, and it's not good for me, because I don't want to chase her down in the snow.
Sure. Go ahead and roll an animal handling check for me.
That one won't be as good. Okay, not with that one. That's a 12.
A 12. Okay. So as Leia is kind of excited about you being there, you can see that she's kind of pushing it up against the wood, and the wood kind of like cracks a little bit as she pushes up against it. She's just really excited to see you. Luke is almost in a nap-like state. You can see him kind of, his neck and head are curled along the side and kind of just resting upon his own back. But Leia is just super excited to see you. And as Leia pushes on the wood next to you, you kind of take a moment to be like, okay, whoa, calm down, calm down.
It's alright, it's alright.
And Leia...
I know. I don't like the cold either, but you're better in it than I am. Want a treat? I stole a little bit of trout for you.
You see Leia kind of lean her head down towards you and then like nuzzle your neck for a moment.
Yes, I know. You're sloppy. Hi. I know.
She begins to like dig inside of your cold weather gear.
Okay, yes, I have it. It's right here. Would you like it? Would you like it? Okay, there.
She just flips it up in the air and swallows it down. She has to crunch on it because it's essentially frozen at this point.
It's a popsicle.
And at this time, a very strange occurrence happens not too far off from you, about 100 feet off to your northeast. If you look out towards the northeast, you can see the Bryn Shander gates. There are several gates around town, but this one leads off to the north, and the entirety of Bryn Shander is surrounded by a large palisade of wood and stakes that were carved out of trees to help barricade the city from intruders. This is one of the few cities that are barricaded in such, keeping it safer than the rest, allowing it to grow in size and population for most of the time. But as you look out towards the gate, you notice that there are several figures coming in through the north gate. Coming in from the north gate, you see about 3 short humanoids and 1 taller, normal-sized humanoid making their way through the gate. And as they make their way through the gate, they finally close it up. You see a couple of the militiamen who help guard the gates help close it. And you see the 3 dwarves and the human talking to each other for a moment. But what catches your eye is a bit of sparkling coming from one of the dwarves, as one of the dwarves empties out a good handful of gems into his hand and holds it out towards the taller individual. You see the taller individual kind of nod, say some more things. The dwarves put the gems back in a bag, throw the bag over their back, and start heading southward into the city. All of them, all 4 of them.
Ooh, I want to follow them. Please and thank you.
Sure. So, as they make their way past, you can literally see them walking down the street right next to you. As they approach, they pass right next to the tavern, making their way southward towards the center of the city. You can see now that these dwarves are pretty banged up. You see some of them have lost some digits due to frostbite. You see like noses and ears missing, and one of them looks to be like twitching and scared and like looking up in the air constantly. The taller one is that of a human. You can't see much, of course, because of the cold weather gear, but you see that it is a taller individual, and he has the face of a human at least. And you saw him as he was talking to the dwarves kind of pull down his mask in order to give you such a thought. But as he passes by, you can't really get a good eye on him. Are you trying to follow close, or are you lagging behind?
Hello, friends. Where are you going? Why don't you come to this tavern here? It's much better than wherever you're going.
The dwarves kind of look at you as the other person, the human, kind of just looks on at you, and the human continues just to walking, just continues walking, and the dwarves say, "We've got business. If you want business, come meet us at the Black
Where should I meet you?
At the Black Swords." And you know that the Black Swords is the local armorer and steelsmith. And they kind of just bundle themselves up closer, and they're like, "Maybe later for drinks, but now we need to talk about a job." And they just end up giving you like a nod. One of them just like continues to look around, like not saying a word, and the other 2 follow suit, and they make their way down again southwards.
I would like to follow them, not closely, and I would like to be stealthy if at all possible.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and roll for stealth, go for it.
Ooh, I've never done that low. Only a 15.
Okay, 15. So, as you are walking down with the dwarves and the taller humanoid, you see that the taller humanoid has made his way past them, like a good 15-20 feet, and the dwarves are trying to catch up to him. And in their doing so, you take that time to kind of stick to the walls, and as soon as you see that maybe one of them turns around, especially the skittish one turns around to like look in your general direction, you kind of just lean up against the wall and mess with your hair for a second, or do whatever it is necessary. And he doesn't seem to take note. He looks back up in the sky and then continues to walk forward southward into the city. And you continue walking down with them until finally they reach the Black Swords. And the humanoid opens the door. The 3 dwarves step in, and the humanoid looks out, keeping an eye out to try and see if anybody was there. Enters the doorway and closes the door.
Do I know if the facade of the armor has any windows or spots where I could listen?
You do know that they do have kind of window-esque kind of things. They try to keep out the cold as much as possible. So a lot of these places have either boarded up their windows or insulated them in some way with like furs. So a lot of them have like curtains or furs or whatever blocking windows. But as you approach, you notice that this blacksmith, this area that they use to build and work armor and weapons, seems to be nice and warm and toasty on the inside due to the smithing process. So they don't really keep to the closing of the windows, but you notice that they are way frosted over and are difficult to see through.
Difficult to see through. All right. I would like to... Oh, why not? I want to go up to the door and knock.
Okay. So, you...
Not use knock, but actually knock.
Yep. Walk up to the door and toot 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 in a rhythmic manner. You wait a second. You wait a second. And suddenly the door swings open. Woof! And there, standing there, is one of the female dwarves that was with that group. She looks up at you, and you can see that she's like missing part of her ear, and she has a large scar on her face. She looks at you, she's like, "What do you want?"
Gorgeous, you said I should follow you if I want business.
That was me cousin.
Your party intrigued me. Still, I was told to follow.
Fine. Maybe you can help.
Oh, I'm a useful soul. Tell me what you need.
Come inside. So cold.
Oy, that it is.
As you get led inside, you can see now that this is the Black Swords. The Black Swords has made a name here in Bryn Shander as being that of not so good quality goods. You know that Black Swords is the dollar store of swords and armor here in Bryn Shander. The craftsmen, they seem to be normal people. They seem to be just a normal dwarf and his wife, but they've been known to kind of just push out goods without that good of quality. As you look inside, you can see stacks and stacks of unbought material, just rusty old swords and some shields that are made from makeshift pieces of lumber and whatever metal they could get their hands on. And inside you see the three dwarves have made their way over to a couple sets of stumps that are being used as stools, and unloading a set of gear on the table. You see a small trap that has like a dead bunny rabbit inside of it, and they kind of just place it on the table. And you see that the humanoid takes the rabbit and tosses it towards one of the blacksmiths. And the blacksmith catches it and goes into the back, and you believe to either pay for something or use it to eat or whatever necessary. And at that point, you see the humanoid kind of take off his hood, start to unwrap his face, and that's where we'll end the session.
Bum bum bum!
Deep within the bowels of the Underdark, the deadly race of Dark Elves, the Drow, gather, waiting. Kinravah was born into House Zolothar, with skin and eyes as dark as night, and hair the color of spilt blood. Seen first as a blessing from the Spider Queen Loth herself, it was soon discovered that she was far less physically inclined than any of her battle-ready female kin, and had no favor from the goddess. Tossed into the care of her father, her talent for the arcane arts soon blossomed with his help. along with plots that took root in her mind from such potential. Finding herself at the heart of a conspiracy that forced her from her home, she fled into the endless labyrinth of her underground world. Surviving off nothing more than scraps, a determination to live, and the aid from her feathered familiar, Kinravah emerged from the Underdark into Icewind Dale. At the point of utter exhaustion, she slowly began to accept her fate of an icy death, eventually succumbing to the cold and falling unconscious. Waking up only to find herself in the care of a local of 10 towns. She spent a few years among them recovering her strength, whilst overcoming the inevitable fear she instilled in others just by her appearance alone. Her thirst for knowledge could only be kept at bay for so long. Grabbing her supplies and saying goodbye to the local who rescued her from a frozen grave, she soon set out to East Haven to seek its library in order to advance her studies and finally claim a future in Faerun that was truly her own. Kinravah of the Underdark is determined to never be a pawn again.
And welcome to the second of our one-shots, if you will, the 0.5 sessions, the prologues to our adventures in Icewind Dale. Welcome, Seth, our local drow wizard, to the adventure. Let's get some music going, yeah? Well, other than what was just announced, do you have anything, Seth, that you would like to plug or anything before we get started with the game?
Nothing really, I don't think.
All right, sounds good. Then I guess we can jump right into it. Before we get started, I just want to let everybody know that hasn't seen the first episode. These are not meant to be full-blown D&D sessions. This is not a 3 to 6 hour long session that we planned for. These are just little snippets of how the story begins, how these characters become a cohesive group. And so what I'm doing is, prior to having session 1, if you will, the first session which the group actually meets up and deals with each other, I'm having these little 0.5 sessions to kind of show the backstory or the prologue on how they eventually got from that backstory that you just heard that on that video all the way to meeting up with each other eventually. So you can expect anywhere between 30 minutes to an hour on, depending on how fast we get through this, on the amount of content. Seth, your mic kind of keeps going in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out.
Oop, okay. Is that clearer?
Should be. Doesn't seem to be going in and out now, so should be good to go.
Okay.
All right, and on that note, let's go ahead and get started. Now, Kinravah, you found yourself in Icewind Dale not too long ago, but several months ago. You've already come up to the surface knowing that, you know, the surface is not much brighter than what the Underdark was. The Underdark, of course, being absolutely pitch black, but this nighttime seems to constantly be going on. You heard stories about the daylight being this horrible burning sensation to the skin, but ever since you've been here in Icewind, you've never had to experience that. It's been quite the pleasure, really, considering you had this horrible idea of what the surface would be like. The only thing that was not so nice was the actual weather itself. being as cold as it was. So after making your way to East Haven, sorry, you made your way there and found that library. And working now in the library for several months, you've gotten used to it. As suddenly a gust of cold air flows through the library, causing several books to glide open and a few empty sheets and parchments to lift from the tables and fall to the ground. You instinctively place your hand out without even looking up from your current book you've been reading, which is the Knucklehead Knowledge book, to catch the falling vase off the shelf next to you. You see, this book usually falls the same exact way every time that door is open. And you've insisted that Tomlin Smithy, the library's elder furball clerk, move the long dead flower, but he insists that it be put back on the shelf every time. You look over, and you can see Tomlin making his way and closing the door as he ruffles his long winter cloak that looks to be made out of a wolf's pelt. He seems to be carrying a new book, that which seems unfamiliar to you. He takes off his coat and places it on the very familiar mounted deer's head on the wall that he always places his coat on every time he comes in for months now. Tomlin, being a little older, has a slight hunch to him, with his slightly graying blue fur and his white nose slowly returning to its more natural pink tone. As he warms up, he readjusts his little bifocals before slowly making his way over to you. Hello.
Hi.
What you reading?
I think the same book, at the very least, I'm pretty sure this is the same book I've read, 5 times already about these delightful fish you have around here.
Yes, anyways, oh, I'm sorry. And he takes the vase that you still have just kind of balancing in your hand, and you still kind of you're just eyeing up from the book, kind of just having your eyes just peek over the top of the book as you look, and he grabs the vase from your hand and places it on the shelf, and he kind of twists it just the right direction that he wants. And he goes, "My husband, Geralt, would not be happy if that broke. God rest his soul."
If we really wanted to, we could at the very least glue the thing to it. That might at least stop some things coming out of place.
You have glue? You've had glue this whole time?
Well, no. Right. Middle of nowhere. Keep forgetting about that. My apologies.
It's okay. Well, here. And he takes the book that he was holding and places it down on the table. And it's the book itself is made of a red leather cover and back, and it has scrawling of decorative golden filigree on its binding. It looks kind of ornate, but you can see that the pages are pretty old, and the book itself seems to be a bit older. This is actually what he hands you. Let's see if I can find it. So as he kind of hands you the book, he turns it open, and this is what you see. And I will post this also in Discord so you can have a better sight of it. Oh, I keep forgetting. I need to keep that up. So, actually, you know what? We won't post it in Discord. I'll just read it to you. On the inside of the book, it says, In fire and flame, with torment and pain, I won't fight a dragon again. And deepest tundras where moons forever fly, freeze to ice nearly every scene, but their eternal soul cannot hope to die, the mysterious, insidious Winter Queen. You see, the book is, like I said, old. It's kind of falling apart in places, and there seems to be either some kind of red wine that's been spilt on it, or possibly old blood. You're not sure. Could be either.
Where did you get a hold of this? This seems much more... Well, forgive me if this sounds a little obnoxious, but this seems an awful lot more ornate than many other books we've had here, and I've read almost everything in here twice.
He's like, well, actually, we were given this. This is from a man, who was suspected just recently of evil things, and this so happened to be in his possession. We were asked to hold on to it until they figure out what to do with him.
Which sort of evil man are you referring to? Do you know at the very least his race, per se?
I'm not sure. I did not see him, nor did I ask. They just handed it to me. And you see that the book that he had, that he's given to you, he kind of closes it up himself and places his hand on top of it. And he says, Kinravah, how long have you been here now?
Well, are you referring to here as in... And she sort of motions around at the library in general, or do you mean in Icewind itself?
No, East Haven.
I would say about a few months now. I'll admit it's kind of hard to keep track of the time.
It makes
I was
sense.
at least
being that, daylight and all. Though I suspect you wouldn't know the day. And
I'll admit I'm... Go on.
And he kind of takes the book and takes it between his hands and holds it in front of you, and he goes, I believe it is meant for you to figure out what this book is about. You've read every book here in this library, if not several times now. We don't have the resources to figure out really what the significance of this book is, whether it may or may not be, in fact. But, if you possibly could take this to Bryn Shander, they may have something there that may be able to, I don't know, decipher this book.
She sort of opens the book a little bit, skims through some of the pages very quickly.
You open the book, and as you open the book, the pages themselves feel old. It's got that really stiff page feel. And as you turn the pages, you can just see it's just pages and pages of poetry and different types of writings. But it's mainly nonsensical, or I don't know, it is just someone's book of poetry, it seems.
She sort of takes her finger and runs it down one of the pages just to feel how soft, old it is on her skin, and then looks back up at him. Well, Bryn Shander,
I know you've come here several months ago, but with your help around the library itself, it's not necessarily needed. We don't have much to keep. As much as I do appreciate your help, you might be more useful elsewhere. On top of that, I'm not going to be able to help with this book as much as I know you probably can.
I suppose I'll confess, having, and she motions at herself a little bit, having my kind around here probably doesn't exactly invite the visitors, does it? I suppose I could head over to Bryn Shander, but do you have any sort of transportation ready? Sled dogs? Anything, or will I have to make this on foot?
You see a very, genuine old man smile kind of creep across his face, and he reaches into his little pouch that he has dangling from his waist that he usually keeps his chalk and keeps different pens and writing utensils, and he pulls out a small rabbit's foot, and it looks like it's used. It's kind of dirty, maybe a little bit of dirt kind of on top of it, and he goes, "Here, I've secured you passage to Bryn Shander. If you take this and head to the southwest exit of East Haven, you'll be met by the crew that I've hired to take you. Now, I knew you'd say yes, knowing your thirst for knowledge."
I almost feel a little bit insulted that I've become so predictable, but oh well, can't be helped, I suppose. Are they aware of, and she once again points at herself.
May have glossed over the details, but if they have come to be kind to me, I'm sure they understand that I don't partake in any kind of ruffians or align myself with those types of people.
I'll make sure I'm on my best behavior.
I gave him the word. Please do.
Of course.
Now you can gather what you need to make the journey. I was told that it shouldn't be too long from here to Bryn Shander.
Do you know if it's more than a one-day trip?
Oh, it's much shorter. They have a wagon and I believe some sled dogs to help. You should get there within maybe 4 or 5 hours, depending.
I suppose I won't need extreme rations for that then, and I suppose a simple sleeping roll, possibly.
Now I know
For such a short...
I know you didn't come with much, so just take what you need if you need extra. I expect you shall be gone for quite some time before returning.
I don't suppose you have a map to the road to Bryn Shander around here?
Map, you say? And he kind of goes through his things, and you can see him rifling through a bit of scrawlings, next to one of the bookshelves that is in the library itself. And he pulls out a small scroll. It's not very large. It's probably no bigger than 1 foot long and 6 inches tall. It's very small. And it is a rough drawing, very rough drawing, of the different 10 towns, each in its location. But you get a general idea of where everything is. Not much comes from it, though, as in you can only glean the names of the different towns and their general direction, essentially. And he goes, this is the only one I have. I'm not sure if it's helpful, but you can have it if you need.
I would greatly appreciate it if you didn't mind. This is more than what I found usually around here, so thank you.
of course. Kinravah, please be careful. Take care of yourself.
I promise I will. Make sure that you are also alright, Tom. I greatly appreciate everything you've done for me here. I admit I'm still getting used to attitudes on the surface.
You know, when you first came to me, I was skeptical about your wantings and your earnestly to learn. I'm very happy you proved me wrong.
Here's hoping I can keep proving it.
My husband would be very proud of you. I appreciate you being here, and I wish you the best of luck.
I wish you the best as well. It should take me no less than an hour just to pack a few things here and there. Grab Omen,
Take your time.
I'll make sure that there's no more feathers left on the books.
Yeah, please, if you could. Make an old man's job easier. And he kind of gives you another kind of old man smile and like squints his eyes at you. He kind of shakes his nose. He clears his throat, shakes his glasses, and just kind of shuffles back to doing what he does. He goes to clean the shelves, grabs a book off the shelf, and begins to read. And you're free
As he starts to step away.
Go ahead.
As he starts to step away, Kinravah sort of reaches out as if she's about to tap his shoulder in thanks, but slowly pulls her hand back again and goes back to the back of the shop to just gather up a few supplies for the trip.
Excellent. I love it. He goes to sit down, and you go back to your makeshift room in the library. There was a storage closet that he had made room for you in, as he saw that you didn't have any many belongings, and or he saw that you didn't have anywhere to sleep for the night. So he very graciously welcomed you in, even against his best nature to not trust a drow. But being as kind and old as he is, he didn't really mind too much. You go in and you see that there's some old heirlooms in there that you kind of pack up and put in. You even see a small gift from an old friend that you had made when you first got here to Icewind, as you pack that away as well. And as you pack all that stuff away, you make your way to the front entrance, and you see that Tomlin has kind of walked around, and just he's just doing his basic stuff, going in, cleaning books and the such. And he sees you making your way to the exit, and as he does, he goes over and he gives you he's hunched over, remember, but he is quite tall from being a furbolg, and he still stands a good maybe 3 inches taller than you do. And he reaches over and just gives you a big hug. And he knows that you are maybe not so much into it.
She just freezes up a little bit in his grasp and then awkwardly pats his back. I'll miss you too.
He steps away, and he's like, "Oh, be good now. Fare thee
I'll
well."
do my best. You as well. And she sort of takes a cloak, throws it over herself.
Preparing for the cold as you open the front door to the library. And as you open the front door to the library, like a gust of wind goes through the library again and just knocks everything everywhere. And you can see Tomlin takes like his foot and reaches back and catches the flower as it falls to the ground once again, and picks up the flower without looking and places it back up on the shelf.
She was about to cast Mage Hand to try and catch that, but then she just goes, you got it. Yeah. She just sort of walks out of the room, out
He
of the
gives you
shop. Then
a silent nod in accepting that is just his life now, and you make your way out into the cold.
as she steps out into the cold, she just raises her arm up to summon Omen onto her arm. Just keeps walking as the owl appears.
You kind of raise your arm up into the air. When you raise your arm up into the air, a small glow of purplish light begins to emanate from your arm as a ring of light, of purple light, kind of comes up from your wrist, and then a circular disc with different types of runes kind of emanates from the top of your hand. And as that happens, the disc acts as almost like a plate or a portal, and suddenly the form of a large winter owl just into existence as the large wings kind of emanate from the light, and suddenly they just and just sit there on your arm or on your shoulder.
Alright, come along, old friend. We've got traveling to do. Hopefully you haven't gotten too comfortable here.
You just see it kind of like turn its head like really sharply and then kind of just ruffle its feathers. And
she heads.
Yeah, go ahead.
She heads. She just sort of reaches out and tickles it under one of its ears slightly before moving out over towards where Tom instructed her to go.
It seems to just absolutely love it. And at that point, you see that now, normally the weather is pretty heinous here in Icewind. It can be at times, at least. But you notice that now that the snow is falling quite gently, as the darkened twilight skies seem to be, in a better mood today. The snow falls gently as you can see, like right outside the building that you're in, a good 1 meter tall, 3 foot tall drift of snow has been just fallen upon this whole area. You see a furbolg sized path that has been created through it in order to get to the library itself. As you make your way to the southwest part of town, you readjust your pack on your back, causing the familiar to kind of on your shoulder to gain its balance. And as you make your way out, you see a small caravan of trade goods that seems to be escorted by a human male that seems to be messing with the dogs that are currently leading the thing. He seems to either be feeding them or petting them. And then in the driver's seat of the larger sled, you see 2 halflings, one male, one female. It's hard to tell the difference, but you can tell slightly from their different statures. And you can see that they look to be either bickering or talking to each other, one kind of raising their hands up and just kind of giving up, and you see one just kind of put their hands across their chest.
As she walks up, she sort of pauses for a moment, and she's speaking out loud more to her familiar than herself. See, usually disguise or put on the full display. You know what? No point in going through this. And she sort of reaches into the back of her hood, sort of flicks some of her long hair across her front, sort of making her features a little bit more beautiful and lined with her hair in a way, before stepping up and going, "Gentlemen, I hear that you're going to be helping me get to Bryn Shander."
You see that the halflings kind of both stop bickering at the same exact time as they hear you kind of like over the snow falling. And the human that was messing with the dog seems to notice you as well. The 2 that were bickering go back to talking to themselves, and the human kind of finishes up what he was doing and starts making his way over to you in the snow, and finally makes it over to you, and he says, "Hello, are you Kinravah?"
I am indeed. I assume your name is...
My name, Ian Cognito. Nice to meet you.
I'm sorry, did your mother give you that name?
Yeah, well, what's the difference?
I mean, Ian Incognito. I mean, your mother clearly had a sense of humor. Not that that's a bad thing, but, you know.
It's a family name,
Anyway.
alright?
Okay. Anyway, I trust that everything's been packed for the journey.
He kind of like motions over towards the cart, and the two halflings that were talking to each other kind of just nod in, like both of them nod at the same exact time. And you see that the human kind of turns back to you. He said, "Yeah, I guess we were just waiting on you. Looks like everything's packed up. Are you ready to go?"
Ready as I'll ever be.
All right. I don't know if you know anything about Icewind, but it's pretty crazy. And then he stops talking. And he's like, "The old man wasn't lying, was he? You're one of them."
Well, I'd like to think I'm a local, but if you refer into my skin, then, well...
Sorry, I've just never seen one of you in real life. I've heard things, but... sorry. Tomlin said you were good people, so I trust him.
Well, so long as you keep your pitchers and torches away, I'm pretty sure we'll get along perfectly fine.
I don't think you'll have a problem with that. It's way too cold out here for pitches.
Excellent.
Torches, on the other hand. And he pulls out a torch. He pulls out a torch, and he goes, "We need one of these for the night, anytime it gets dark, so I hope that's all right with you."
So long as they're keeping you warm and not making me alarmingly warm, then I'm sure we'll be fine.
No. We need it for the light, being so dark out. So, anyways, if you just want to go over there and prepare to leave, I'll get the dogs ready.
Of course. She then walks up to the halflings just to see what they're up to right now.
They look to be talking about the journey. One of them seems to be very much the talker, and the other one more in a defensive kind of argument. The one arguing is the little bit larger one, male, and he seems to be talking to the female. And he says, "I could swear we were going to get more for this." And he notices you as you walk up and kind of just stops talking. And all you can see, literally all you can see, is just a little slit where the eyes are, as everything else is covered up by a cloth. Just very, very much like a cloth that covers his face and his forehead and is wrapped around his head. And he goes, "So, we're taking you, huh?"
Well, I hope that's the plan.
"Well, it looks like you're not too heavy. You can hop on the back if you want."
Oh, only if it's no trouble.
"It's no trouble for me, at least." And he kind of looks over at the female. She goes, "Well, don't look at me." "Oh, whatever." And he goes, "Do you need any help with anything?"
No, I should be fine. Just wanted to see how things were going here. Have you made this trip off?
"That's our job, is to make this trip." And he kind of looks over, and he looks behind him, and he points out the actual cart that you're about to jump into, and it is just filled to the brim with different types of swords and metals and stuff like that. It looks to be more like scrap metal, though. It is not necessarily like a high quality swords or metals or anything like that. And he goes, "Yeah, we're supposed to be making a shipment, and we just so happened to run into your friend. He said you needed some way to get over there."
I see. Is it safe for me to be in the back there with all that scrap?
"Sure, why not? Look, I'll
Doesn't give him an answer.
I'll make some room
She just
for you."
looks at him.
Yeah, you can look at him and he's like, fine. And he like gets up and just like you hear cling clang, cling clang clang clang, cling clang clang as he like moves a lot of the metal out of the way and clears just like a tiny spot for you to be able to shift into if you wanted.
She nods her head and then, thank you. I appreciate not ending up with cuts all over me. Completely.
He kind of like just looks at you and like nods his head, and he starts heading back to the front of the cart of the sled, and you hear from the female, "I saw the way you looked at her." He's like, "What? What are you talking about?" And you just hear them start bickering at each other again.
Well, better reaction than I expected. Alright. She, like, climbs onto the back, but then she looks towards Omen. Fly about 50 feet up above us, just to keep an eye on things, would you?
Omen almost silently just flaps his wings once, and suddenly as he flaps his wings once, you can see he's having a little bit of trouble staying airborne with the weather. Even with the calmest of weathers, it seems that flying is very much impeded.
If it gets too much, if it gets too worse, then come on back down. Don't really have many resources to keep summoning you at this point.
He kind of just, he's keeping an eye on you as you talk, and he just has like he just, doesn't give you a nod or anything like that, but he looks back up and you already have a feeling of reassurance as he knows what you're saying.
Alright.
And as you and Omen kind of prepare for the journey, you see that Ian has finished doing what he needs to do with the dogs as he gives a nice pat on their head before he himself kind of jumps on the side of the wagon, or not the wagon, side of the sled that you are currently on. And you hear a crack as you hear, "Mush, mush, go, go, go!" And as soon as he does, the dogs start mushing down the trail. It kind of yanks you as they start going pretty quickly. And you note that the trail is not so much a trail as it is just a bit of a cutout area between two large embankments of snow. You hear Ian kind of yell up over the wind as you guys are traveling. And I'll switch up the weather a bit. So you guys are sledding down the in the blizzard, or in the snow, and going as fast as you are because going as fast as you are in the snow just makes it even more cold. You kind of want to just bundle up as much as you possibly can as you're going. You feel that you're
charging battery
at the edge of too cold. And suddenly, as you're kind of going for a little bit, Ian calls out to you as you're kind of like on the side. As he's on the side, excuse me. And you can hear him yell out over the wind, "The weather is pretty good out, actually. Shouldn't take us more than about 3 hours to get there."
It seems to have gotten worse since I arrived here.
And he goes, "Worse, right. All right. Shouldn't be too long before we see Olanu."
Olanu?
"Yeah, Olanu, our Goliath friend." "She was sent out hunting not too long ago. Said we were gonna meet up along the way."
She went out alone?
"Yeah, crazy, isn't she?"
Unfortunately, by standards of most of Turntown. And she mumbles that last bit.
And go ahead and roll a history check for me.
Okay. History. Ooh, I'm proficient. So 12 plus 6. 18.
18?
Yes.
Okay. Then you know that with that 18, you know that when he says Goliath friend, you've never seen a Goliath, but in your studies there at the library, you've seen drawings of these creatures, of these beings, and detailed kind of descriptions of what they are. You know, Goliaths come from the mountainous areas here in Icewind. And most of the time you'll see they, in the descriptions and in the pictures that you had seen drawn into the books, you see that they are mostly covered in tattoos from head to toe nearly. And you know that they are strong. They are a much stronger race of creatures here within the world. And as you are on your way, the next couple of hours go somewhat uneventful. Aside from the freezing and biting cold that you constantly have to recover yourself and readjust and make sure that you're kind of making sure that you're okay. You see that even Omen has to come down onto your shoulder many times within that time in order to make sure that it stays up with you on the quick move.
When it comes down, and I'm going to cast like a small firebolt in my hand, but not actually release it, just to have a small bit of fire between my hands to help keep us warm.
Yeah, so you kind of hold a firebolt in your hand from time to time. The flame itself burning a dim purplish aura glow. And as you go on, you see that the sled is being pulled along the barely visible path that seems to be carved by the brave traders, foregoing the inherent risk that the everlasting night has brought upon the lands. And just ahead in the distance, your drow vision, the dark vision that you inherently have, allows you to see a large humanoid with something being held over its shoulders and back. You see that probably a good 100 feet off. You do anything?
At that, I sort of look back, but call back at them through the blizzard. I think I see your Olanu, friend.
You see that just by you saying that, it kind of alerts the two halflings, and you hear, whoa, 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 and they pull back on the reins, and the dogs kind of bark for a moment and stop the sled. And as they stop the sled, you hear you hear Ian kind of hop up off the side, just give you like a moment kind of thing, and he makes his way up the embankment and kind of like around wherever this figure kind of stands. And the figure looks to be standing just pretty patiently in the snow. Seems to be cooling her hands from time to time by like readjusting the thing on her back, bending over so it kind of balances there, and then kind of grabbing it again. And eventually you see her turn around, and Ian kind of approaches out of the darkness from behind her. And Ian looks over to her, and they seem to be talking for a second. And as they're talking, Ian finally finishes with her, finished talking, and he makes it back towards you, and the Goliath seems to be following him. And the Goliath stands like a good foot taller than him. And he seems to be a pretty tall dude himself. And you can tell by looking at Olanu that just like in the books, the cold weather doesn't seem to be having quite nearly the effect that it's been having on the rest of Icewind's residents, due to the fact that you can see with her, by her lack of like complete winter clothing. You see that she is wearing clothes, but it's not nearly enough to stay warm to the normal average person. So after you see her and Ian converse and begin to make their way back, you can see now that she has a large dead deer just kind of straddling her back as she pulls it towards the cart. And as she's pulling it back towards the cart, you can see that the two halflings are giddy. You see one of them like and point towards the deer, and then one of them turns and tries to give you like a high five.
She like awkwardly looks at him for a moment before you cast in Mage Hand and have him Mage Hand high five him.
You give him the Mage Hand high five and he kind of freaks out for a moment, and they both kind of like stare at you. And at that moment they realize you are not just a regular thing, and they both like immediately just kind of go back to being stationary and just looking straight ahead and like looking down at the reins.
She just gives the most tired sigh possible and looks back at Omen.
And the large Goliath comes up to the side of the cart, tosses the large deer right on top of all the metal swords and nearly like having it slide into you a little bit. And she looks at you, notices your presence, and just walks and heads towards where the dogs are. Ian walks back up to you and says, "That's what I was talking about earlier. Anyways, what is it exactly that you're doing here? If you don't mind me asking."
In Icewind itself, or just head into Bryn Shander?
Oh, what brings you to Bryn Shander?
Oh, I'm sure I'm just there for sightseeing, tourism. I hear Icewind Dale and Bryn Shander are just the peak of tourist season at this moment.
Sure. Tourism. Right. Anyways. Look, we gotta make a stop at the Black Iron Blades. If you don't mind. Olanu needs new gear. After her hunting trip, it seems that her weapons are kind of shit. After that, you're free to go wherever it is you were heading. So,
are you only going to be taking me to there, or will you be going on to Bryn Shander after that?
Oh, it's within Bryn Shander. It's just
we'll
be stopping there instead of leaving you on the outskirts, of course.
All right.
You know, the last time I saw your kind,
I'm going to stop you right there. If it involves the words Drist Dro Erden, I swear to anything above and below the ground, you will regret the next words that leave your mouth.
I don't know too much about Drist myself. I was talking about the one that came to Goodmead and tried to kill the council member.
Oh, well, that's completely different. I apologize. What was that? What was this about?
Roll a history check.
Oh no. Come on. 8 plus 6. 14?
14? Okay. So you've read about what he speaks of. You've heard about the drow that attempted to kill the House Speaker of Goodmead. But from like the lack of detail that you got in the reading, like in the writing or whatever was in the library, the lack of detail makes you think that it was probably a made-up story or something like that to kind of put a bad name or a spin on Drow, kind of like a propaganda piece or even just a scary story to tell children. You kind of got that from the writing itself, as it wasn't very well written. It's kind of like a tall tale, if anything. And of course, you yourself know that if it were a Drow, it would have been way more brutal than what was told in the story.
Do you know any specifics about it, or do you just simply know the rumor?
I mean, I know about, he said he went to, like, stab the guy. And he just fumbled or something and dropped the dagger, and the guards caught him and strung him up the next day, put him out in the cold.
I would suggest you don't worry too much about that. I can tell you immediately at this moment that is without a doubt fantasy.
I mean, say what you will. They're not known for their friendliness, that's for sure.
You're right,
My
but
apologies.
is the speaker still alive?
Oh, sure.
That's why it's fantasy.
He kind of, like, squints his eyes and, like, looks you, like, well, he tries to look you in the eyes, and the second he looks you in the eyes, he can see that the outside of your eye is, like, full of black, and the inside is actually lighter than the outside. And he takes a moment, like, looks you directly in the eyes, and then immediately kind of, like, stops staring at you, like, in an attempt to either not offend you or just complete awkwardness on his side. You can sense that he is not scared of you, but he is, he feels a little bit maybe befuddled by whoever you may be. Maybe he doesn't want to press his luck.
Let me assure you, I have nothing to do with anything of that sort, but I know firsthand exactly what my people are capable of. If one of them fumbled, that's not possible. They simply would not have been sent to the surface.
Hey, whatever you say. I just say what I hear. Anyways, we should be about an hour outside of Bryn Shander. So, keep tight, and hey, don't let our food go to waste, yeah? Make sure you keep a hold on to it.
I'll do my best.
Appreciate it. Alright, Hans, Gretchen, let's go. And they don't
She'll-
even, like, look back at you. Because they're, like, afraid of what you had just done.
She, like, awkwardly holds the deer with her, 8 strength?
You can
Try to
see
keep it in place.
You can see that she, like, doesn't want to touch it all the way, so she's just, like, gripping onto it like this, like, barely holding onto maybe like a hoof that's, like, sticking, like, awkwardly, like, right in front of your face. You just, like, move it a little bit out of the way and just hold onto it like that. And and you see that Ian gets back onto the side of the thing, and Olanu has already trekked like 100 meters in the opposite direction as you guys were talking. She looks to just be straight up walking through the snow, making her way towards Bryn Shander. And you begin to make your trek again as whoosh, Hans and Gretchen hit the sled, and you begin moving through the snow. You hear from the side before you make it to the city. You hear from the side yet again as Ian calls out to you. He goes, "Well, look! Hey! If you're gonna get anywhere in Icewind, you're gonna need coin! You're not gonna make it alphabetizing dusty books! Look! You seem smart! I'm sure you'll figure something out in Bryn Shander!"
Coin. Of all the things to have not brought with me. Thank you, I understand.
You see him kind of nod his head as he, like, pulls down a large set of goggles that have been sitting on top of his head this whole time. The weather seems to be picking up, and getting worse the closer you get to Bryn Shander. And he places the goggles kind of over his eyes and kind of looks out towards the, where he's going as he has his hands up, holding the side of the thing. And you start making your way up a slope towards what looks like the outside of a large town. The outside has a large palisade of chopped down trees that have been put up and sharpened at the top. And Ian kind of goes, "There it is! Bryn Shander! Shouldn't be too much further!"
It's larger than I expected.
You can see now that a bit of green aura is slowly rolling across the sky from your position, from the night sky. And you know that come nighttime, this green aura, or aurora, makes its way across the sky. And there's been rumors about why. Because it's been almost every night that they've seen this. And every night that the aura or aurora makes its way across the sky, another day doesn't come. As you get closer to the top of the hill, you see the large Goliath has already made it there and is literally waiting for you. As the slower, because of course everything that's packed on top of it, the slower sled eventually makes its way to the city outskirts. Olanu continues inward towards the city as you guys make it to the city's edge and are stopped by the two guards that are just outside the city. Olanu just passes by him. She kind of nods to them, they nod to her. As you guys get stopped, they look to be doing a one-over on the cart to make sure that whatever's inside isn't crazy.
Before they manage to get to the back of the cart, Kinravah's just going to wave her hand and cast Prestidigitation just to get any of the blood that's undoubtedly leaked onto her outfit off of her clothes, just in case.
Yeah, sure. The deer has definitely leaked onto you at some point, and at this point you Prestidigitation and the blood itself kind of lifts off of your clothing and then disappears into kind of like red motes that eventually disintegrate in the air. And as you Prestidigitation yourself, they approach the back of the cart and they look at you. They're like, "Who are you? Are you you're not normally a part of this crew?" And Ian says, "Don't worry, she's with us." And he kind of like looks you over, and you can see he's carrying like a very shitty looking pike. The wood itself is either splintering or old, and the pike at the top looks to be like held on by some strange rope. You can't tell exactly what type of rope it is, but it's just tied across the top. And the spear itself, the metal itself, is kind of warped. You see, it's like, instead of being like straight like this, it's like, like maybe like this at the top, curved just a little bit. And he goes, all right, yeah, whatever, make your way in. And you hear Hans and Gretchen, and you can see the two guards like staring at your owl as you continue past. And they begin to talk to each other as you make your way through. As you're going through Bryn Shander, you can tell that this city is very large, even in comparison to East Haven, which itself is quite a large city. But the desolate streets kind of lead to almost a ghost-like town, as nobody really seems to be outside. You see very few firelit houses, mostly dark. You see a lot of boarded up doors, boarded up windows. The only few people you do see outside seem to be rushing or making their way to another abode from where they're going. They look up and stare at you as you pass by on your sled for that little bit of a moment. But you make your way towards the center of the city.
As they go in, she sort of pulls her hood up a little bit more to try and hide her face a bit.
The others, you can't even tell what or who they could be as you pass by them quickly enough. And as you finally make your way to the center of the city, you can see Olanu is just like unbuckling something like across her waist, and she throws a large set of swords down on the ground. And as she does, one of the swords literally snaps in half. And you can see her like scratching the back of her head. And she opens the door to the inside of the Black Iron Blades blacksmith. And as she opens the door, you can see you guys come to a stop right outside. And as you guys come to a stop right outside of the hut that is this blacksmith, you can see that the windows on this one have not been boarded up, but it seems that there is a bit of frost on the windows, covering up your vision of the inside, but it looks to be a lot warmer on the inside. And you can see now that Hans and Gretchen are just now shoveling out the metal onto the ground next to the location that they stop. And Ian seems to be helping them, but he comes up to you and he says, you know, Tomlin and I were old friends. So I take him by his word. I heard you might need some help, you know, furthering your education and doing what you're doing. Yeah, I know it's not much, but here might help you get started. And he holds out his hand, and you can see in his hand about 10 silver pieces. And he goes, This is what Tomlin gave us to take you to Bryn Shander, but it's probably better that you take it anyways. Not a big deal.
Are you sure about this? I know coin is hard to come by in these regions.
That's fine. I know the bartenders here. They owe me a drink anyways. As much work as we do for them. And he kind of motions over to Hans and Gretchen. And you see Gretchen just kind of grumbles, and Hans gives like a thumbs up as they continue working. And he goes, All right, be safe. He bundles up a little bit more.
She takes the offered silver and just looks at it for a moment before looking back at him.
He goes, Hey, if you go inside, I'm sure Garn the Hammer and Elza might have work for you. They have work for us all the time, so you never know. Might start there.
She looks at her lady noodle arms for a moment into her coat.
They give all kinds. He sees you doing that. He's like, no worries. They give all kinds of work. You never know. Maybe they need a new clerk.
I'll make sure I speak with them about it. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Nice meeting you. Hey! It's nice seeing a drow for the first time and, you not trying to slit my throat.
Yet. She sort of gives him a bit of a wink and a grin.
You can see his eyes kind of widen in a moment of surprise. And then his eyes kind of go into a happy, good one, you got me. And he turns back to begin helping Hans and Gretchen. And you can tell he yells at Hans for placing one of the swords wrong or something like that. And Hans just kind of starts cursing at him in another language that you can't understand. And he sees you now, and he kind of gives you a nod towards the door, showing you where the front entrance was that Olanu just made her way in.
I'll have Omen land on my shoulder real fast. Just check to see if he's alright.
He lands on your shoulder, and it looks like he had been already perched up on the top of the house that you currently were standing in front of, or the hut at least, that you were currently standing underneath. And as he comes down, he kicks down a bit of snow that was hanging off the rooftop, and it lands on top of Gretchen's head, as you just see her like look up into the sky and start like cursing under her breath and continue working. Lands on your shoulder. Go ahead.
She sort of smiles a bit, but then she casts Firebolt again to make a blue flame, just to help warm up Omen a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Before then slowly heading inside.
As you go to make your way to the door, you can see that it is closed shut. You gonna go inside then?
She's going to knock on the door first, just to make sure it's okay to go in.
Yep. As you make your way inside, you knock on the door very daintily, and you kind of just wait for a moment. And suddenly coming to the door, opening it for you in front of you, kind of holding back from the gust of wind that bursts through the door, you see a tall, very pretty, red-headed woman with curly red hair. And you see beads kind of like in her hair. She has green eyes. Very beautiful looking girl, freckles on her face. And as she kind of looks at you, she kind of like looks you up and down. That's where we'll end today's session.
Okay.
I hope you enjoyed it.
I hope everyone enjoyed it. I certainly enjoyed it. I promise the accent will get better over time, guys. I'm learning.
A frigid gale blows through Tourmaline and its people, chilling the unprepared to their bones. In the freezing air of night, the aurora that illuminates the sky reflects upon the tourmaline that decorates the town. Visitors to Tourmaline are often bewildered, but to the locals, this has become another mundanity of living in these strange times. For Abel Elias, the aurora brings only discomfort and uncertainty. Abel always thought he would be a jeweler like his mother, but when Abel's father fell to some foul creature while working the Tourmaline mine, Abel immediately resolved to join the militia in an effort to protect those that could not protect themselves. After months of diligent training in the Lonely Wood, his perseverance paid off. He could track down the strange creatures that prowled the mine, and with the help of his fellow militiamen and whatever sellsword were in town, push them back to the crevices they crawled from. He spent his years patrolling the mines, hunting for food, and fishing. He was content. Then, the everlasting rime began. When the sun set and failed to rise, Abel had to adapt to a new way of living. After 2 years of living in the dark, with resources dwindling and infighting becoming more and more common, Abel has promised to set out and ensure a better future for his people and what family he has left. His abilities will be tested, as well as his resolve. Will he succeed, or will he become another frozen body, lost in the snow?
As a cold winter wind pushes through your many layers of leathers and furs and bites to the bone for a moment. When you were told there may be work down in Bryn Shander for you, you were hesitant to leave your hometown at first, but ultimately decided it was best to take the opportunities when they present themselves, because as you know, here in Icewind Dale, they are far and few between. Get these footsteps going again. You're taking steps now, making your way from one town to the other. It's not been easy ever since you left Tourmaline. And you start heading southwards, and you even stop to rest every once in a while, as traveling through these snowy lands is no easy task now that the rime has begun. The weather itself is horrible. The cold is biting. And as you are making your way through, you realize normally you would be pretty well stocked for these types of travel. For you, you know that it's kind of expensive to get a ride from town to town with maybe a sled dog or even the errant Axebeak to be able to transport you from town to town. But your coin isn't always heavy in your pocket. And you realize now that usually before making this 6-hour-long journey you would be set up, but times are hard. Especially now that this everlasting rime has taken place. It's hard to find jobs, hard to find opportunities to work. So you take a second to kind of recount your supplies. And you see that you are pretty much clean out of food.
Of course.
Your belly is rumbling, and you haven't eaten in nearly 2 days. What are you doing?
So I'm just, am I on a trail, or is it just like straight up snow?
You are on a trail, but with the rime and with the wind and with the snow and everything like that, these trails are so like less a trail as they are almost a memorized pathing through the snow. As you can see, there are like large embankments to either side of you, but it's very rough to be called a trail.
And I'm headed to Brinchander.
You are headed to Brinchander.
Would I know if there's like any reindeer or anything that roams this area?
Well, first off, you can definitely roll me a nature check.
Oh boy. Here we go. That is a natural 18. So it is an 18.
Natural 18 to make it an 18. Gotcha. Luckily for you, you've been trained for moments just like this. As your food runs low, you've been taught to build makeshift snares and traps in order to catch small prey creatures. When you were younger, your father had taught you to go out and hunt a little bit. And you still use that kind of stuff to this day. So you can very easily, if you'd like to make some sort of snare or something to catch prey, you can do so.
Sure, I'll try and do that. I'll make a small snare to see if there's any small game, and leave it around.
Yeah. There seems to be an area where you believe would probably be best, maybe even spotting a small game trail. With like small footprints within the snow. Seems pretty fresh. You go over there and you set up a small snare trap. It's a simple like rope on a branch with some tension on it and everything like that, with a tension wire. Essentially just like the bare minimum to be called a trap. But, you know, tried and true, it has worked for you in the past. And you believe with the amount of training you've had that this is pretty adequate. You know that it takes a little bit of time for these things to happen. It doesn't just like, you know, you put the trap down and automatically you have food. But you can try and find a place to kind of hang out while this happens. And,
yes, I will do that.
And as you take a look around, you note that there is really not much around here. You see a small thicket of woods off to the side, probably a good like 100 feet, 200 feet further down the road. But other than that, really, all you see is hills, kind of lining, the sides of these roads. And in one of these hills, as you make your way kind of away from your trap, you're not too far away from your trap, probably a good 60 or so feet, 60 to 100 feet. You kind of make your way away from the trap and towards this hill. And this hill you see now is not just a hill, but it's actually a large rock that is just hanging over this big snow embankment, creating kind of like a concave area underneath it. And you're free to hang out here if you'd like to wait out the trap.
Yeah, sure. I'll sort of pull my furs up closer to my body to sort of stay warm, and I'll go over underneath the sort of overhang, get low to the ground so that my white furs sort of hide me from whatever might see me. Just a little bit of camouflage against the snow.
Yeah, absolutely. So you kind of back your way into this area and, pull your furs up tight. And as you do so, you kind of like bundle yourself up, even kind of pulling your knees into your core area to try and gather as much heat within yourself as much as possible. You set your survival guide and you set your survival gear and all your stuff kind of like off to the side, just like right next to you, and pack it into some of the snow to keep it from falling over. And as you're sitting there kind of just awaiting, kind of closing your eyes to get a better sound recognition from what's going on, and you pull yourself tight, after about 15 or 20 minutes, you feel yourself start to slowly fall into a slumber.
Boy. Oh, God. All right.
As you find yourself in this slumber, I will put on some different music. So as you find yourself in this slumber, you open your eyes to a couple of shadowy figures outlined by a crackling fireplace behind them. You seem to be smaller, younger even. As you play with a small wooden sled, the sled sparks a distant memory in the depths of your unconscious mind. The shadowy figures end their conversation as one turns around to reveal themselves as your father. He doesn't seem to take notice of you. As he slowly passes by you, you can hear his footprint, you can hear his feet clunk against the wooden floor of your cabin. But then you feel his gruff beard against your head as he kisses you, before grabbing a pick from the wall, pulling his hood up over his head, kind of tightening his gear around him, opening the door to the sunny snowfall outside. The door closes, and you look back over towards the other shadowy figure. You see it becoming larger and closer as it gets closer to you, and you see now revealing what looks like a pregnant belly. You attempt to look at her face, but you find it impossibly indecipherable, almost as if you can't focus on it. The second you try, your eyes kind of shake and it blurs. Suddenly, as the figure bends down to go to pick you up from the ground, the world warps and shifts around you. Suddenly colors fly past you at warp speed, and your vision sucks back until finally you blink your eyes And you find yourself now surrounded by the cold, hard earth, only lit by small lanterns that line the walls of this infinitely long tunnel. The sounds of picks, tink, 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 kind of fill the area. But suddenly, they are abruptly stopped as the sounds of picks hitting the walls are replaced by distant screams and yells. As the screams and yells echo through the tunnel, your vision kind of goes blurry as you lose sight for a moment, but it becomes clear yet again. The floor and walls rumble. You see stone and dust fall from the ceiling, even landing on some of the torches and causing them to flicker. As soon as you gather yourself, you now see a large group of miners running straight towards you through this tunnel with a look of terror upon their faces. They rush past you one by one, knocking into you and hitting you into the wall, causing you to stumble. Yelling indecipherable things and screaming for their lives. You see a familiar face standing amongst the crowd, kind of leaning up against the wall and has his arms out. Come on, let's go! Run, run, don't look back! You now see your father yelling to gather people down this hallway. As the group passes by and as the last of the people running down the hallway passes your father, he turns to him and grabs him and pushes him up against the wall. He says, Ed, 2 boys, Lance and Bernard. They're under some rubble down the way. You see the look of contemplation upon your father's face. He looks kind of shifty-eyed both ways for just a moment. He grabs the person by his shoulders and he says, Go! Get out of here! He shoves him down the hallway. Get yourself to safety! You see your father look down at the ground one more time and rush off into the darkness the way everybody was running from. What do?
I just yell out, Dad! And I just start running right after him.
You run after him, and as you're running after him, Dad! Dad! No response, but rumble after rumble causes you from running straight to slam into a wall, one time hitting a torch causing it to fall on the ground behind you as you continue running. You run, and you run, and you run, what feels like forever down an endless hallway, until a bit of light begins to fill the tunnel at the end. As you can see, your dad taking large boulders and pulling them off of what looks like a collapsed tunnel, shoving them to the side. As soon as you see one large rock set off to the side, you see a hand burst from the rubble, your father slapping the wrist of him and pulling Lance out of the rubble. You see a very mangled and crushed body behind Lance. Lance himself limping and crying. Your father pushes Lance and says, Go! Get out of here! Lance takes like a double look at him, but without even thinking, runs past you without even looking at you. He pulls the mangled body of Bernard out of the rubble, slumps him over his back, and begins to turn around and move towards you. The second he sees you, He looks you directly in the eyes, stops moving. And at that moment, right in between you and your father, you see, in almost like slow motion, stone and rock and dust slam into the opposite side wall as a huge creature comes barreling through, slamming itself against the next wall and stabilizing itself. Shadowy to you, you can see a chitinous, almost insect-like carapace across its body. You see antenna kind of dangling upon its back as you hear as if your father knows it's the end. He places Burnen's body daintily onto the ground next to him and stands there, almost as if looking through the creature straight at you. Before you can do anything, the creature lunges for your father with one large swipe, and right before it contacts your father, you awaken.
I'll pull my face covering up over my face. Pull the furs back tight. And I'll pull down my sleeve and look at the bangle on my wrist and close my eyes for a moment before I pull it back over.
You notice that the string that you had attached to kind of notify you of any movement on your trap, you notice that it's been budging recently. You don't know how much time has passed, but as you wake up and you see the string moving, you look to your side and your pack is no longer there.
Damn. Shit. He'll stand up. Is my weapons and stuff still there?
Your weapon is still attached to your hip. You kind of keep that on you at all times, knowing the dangers.
And the bow as well.
Yeah.
All right. I'll just pull my bow out.
Essentially, like
arrow.
everything else, everything else that you need, that you had in your possession, is in that bag. It is gone.
I will quickly scurry up to the top of the hill that I'm under, and see if I can see anything, any tracks or anything like that would be leading away from or where my bag could have gone.
Yep. You kind of gather yourself and move up to the top of this large overhanging stone, and you get to the very top of the stone, and it's like super hard to see. The snow is coming down pretty decently, and you kind of take your hand, put it over your face. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
That is a 16.
Ah, nice. So, with that 16, you look out into the distance, and just on the other side of that hill, on the other side of the hill, not the rock you're on, but on the other side, caused by that
Right.
small gap in the middle, you see cresting just over the edge a small fox with all your gear in its mouth. And as you see him, he notices you see him and takes off running and dips down below the hill.
Hey, I'll just start sprinting after him.
So without hesitation, you just like drop everything you're doing and kind of just slide down the side of the rock hill. Yep. And you take your time to literally have to like slam your mitts into the next hill next to you, and using your feet kind of dig in to climb up that large hill that the fox had pulled up your bag. And you can see like a large drag mark leading from your camp all the way over to this area now. As you get up to the top of this thing, you can see the snow buries small footprints pretty easily. So go ahead and roll me another nature check to see, or I'm sorry, go ahead and roll me a survival check to see if you can follow along what's going on.
That is a 7.
A 7.
Yes, sir.
And so you feel like you know the general direction of where this creature was going. You're not exactly 100% sure, but you can obviously see a large trail that is being led by, or being created by your pack. And as you kind of follow along this pack, you lose the trail as soon as it becomes a little bit rocky in the area, and the snow trail kind of fails for a moment. But you look up and you look forward to where you believe that this creature may or may not have been going, and you see a large kind of thicket of trees. It's not like a lot of trees. This is Icewind Dale for what it is. So you see like probably like 6 or 7 trees total, and some of them are fallen on the ground. A lot of them are dead. But you see that this might be a good place for a fox to possibly call home. But other than that, you don't actually see the trail that leads you into it. So, what do you do?
Great. How tall are the trees, and like how thick are they?
Some of the trees reach to be about the tallest one probably about 15 feet tall. The other ones seem to be poking out of the snow and buried deep. So you got like, 1 foot, anywhere between 1 foot to maybe 10 feet at the highest. But the tallest one stands 15 feet. There is a large downed tree. The large downed tree is probably a good like 20 or 30 feet tall, but it's on the ground. Okay.
And the fox, is it like a white fox?
The fox looked like it was a white fox that had like a streak of like dark blue kind of coming down the center and across its chest.
So I'll go up to the tree that has fallen to the side.
Mm-hmm.
And can I just like look around the base of it to see if there's any like foxholes or anything like that?
Yeah, absolutely. Roll an investigation check for me then.
That is a 21.
Holy majoli. All right. So, with that 21, you've lost the sense of where this fox may have gone. But, with your knowledge and your training, you know how to find a foxhole. They come, they go, but you've seen them, you know them, and so you look exactly where you need to. As one of the trees that is laying down covers a large rock that creates a small den. And the den itself looks to be no bigger than maybe 2 feet in width. But you know that a fox can easily make its home in an area just like this. What do you do?
Oh boy. Can I like see into it, or is it pretty like covered or like obscured at all?
No, it doesn't look to be super obscured. If anything, it might have some like pine branches, kind of just dangling over top of it. Some snow kind of like drips onto the snow below it, causing it to as it lands. But other than that, it seems that you can easily see inside of it if you wanted
to. Okay, I'll get down on my. That's rocky, you said?
It's a little rocky. I mean, there is rocks around, but yeah, but there's still snow everywhere.
I'll sort of, and I'll get down on my knees, to my hands and knees, and just like put my head not in, but I'm gonna try and look straight in and see if I can see anything in there.
Yeah, no problem. So you kind of get down on your hands and knees, and as you get down on your hands and knees and look in, you are staring directly into the eyes of the fox. The fox looks to be like terrified, but sitting right next to the fox, you see your gear just pulled up and tucked up underneath.
Okay, I'll look at him and I'll look at my gear and then I'll look at him. I'll say, "All right, you little shit. I'm going to take my things back, and you better not bite me. You understand?" I'll slowly begin to reach for the bag.
Roll an animal handling check.
Oh boy, that is a non-natural 20.
An
17.
unnatural 20. So yeah, we don't get nat 20s on those, boys, unfortunately. But as you look inside and you reach your hand in there, you stare him directly in the eyes. And you know foxes are pretty skittish. So as you kind of approach, you note that going slow might not be the option here that you should be choosing. Instead, you begin to jump and jolt towards the gear. And as you do, the fox makes a bite for it, but like loses grip instantly and pulls away nothing. And the bag is still there, but the fox juts out from the thing and just bolts past you.
But roll out of the way and just look at it as it runs off. Just holding on to my stuff.
You can see it like jump onto like one of the rocks nearby and like jump into the snow and continue through the snow. You see like the top of its tail for a moment before it just disappears over the edge.
Does this bag have... Oh, I'm out of rations and stuff, right?
Correct.
Okay. Sort of throw it over my back again.
Okay, so you go for your gear and you pull it out. When you pull it out, you see that it's been gnawed on. Some of the leather has some bite marks within it. Maybe some of the cloth has been torn. But you you realize that, you know, for better or worse, everything seems to be still there.
Okay.
Maybe something, you know, fell out or anything like that. But other than that, it's not too bad. And you sling it across your back. As you sling it across your back, you hear something that strikes you as strange for the moment because it's so close. You didn't think about your surroundings or see your surroundings as you were kind of dealing with this fox, and suddenly you hear just probably a good maybe 5-10 feet away from you from now, you hear this. And as you look up, you see now a small calf. It looks like a small baby elk, as it like is kind of stuck between two branches and working its way through and biting the brush.
I will immediately get down as low as possible and try and be quiet and still as I watch this thing.
Yep. It seems to be kind of stuck in whatever it's doing. It looks to be kind of like its head is sticking out of the branches, and half its body is stuck behind wherever it is. The creature kind of keeps calling out with this strange, like, you know, childlike noise. And at that moment, Abel, roll me a perception check, please.
It is an 11.
11. So with an 11, you don't notice until suddenly behind you, you hear
oh boy.
And Abel, I need you to roll for initiative.
Okay. Oh my god. I'm the first one to go into a battle. All right. Oh, great. 7.
Did it really not play the music? It really didn't play the music, boys. Oh no. Let's see if it plays. Oh, there we go. Booyah! And let me take you to the map on Roll20, Abel.
Sir. Oh man.
And let me 1 millisecond. I'll be right back.
I'm having so much fun, y'all. Did y'all see that transition to the battle map? It's like so good.
Alright. There's supposed to be a sound accompanied with it, but you know how we are with sound. It always screws up. Whatever. We'll get it working one of these days. No, before our first actual game, we'll get it working, alright? Alright, so, Abel, what is your initiative, sir?
7.
7. Oof. 7. It's no problem. It's no problem. Don't worry about it.
Oh man.
Alright, with that 7, the large elk you see behind you has a white coat with darkened kind of speckles across it in dark blue. And you see its neck is just covered in like this dark blue fur that kind of dangles down. And it just looks directly at you. And it begins to like hit its hoof against the snow and like clacks against the rocks. And you just hear... and as the elk calf begins to kind of wail, the elk just starts to charge directly at you. And with its movement, it will get extremely close. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50.
Oof. Oof. Oof.
And as he gets next to you, you see now the most dangerous part of this creature as these gigantic, almost 6 foot in width horns atop its head, antlers, just making a direct charge at you. And as you are sitting there and seeing this, you immediately like back up and prep yourself for the attack as the creature dips his head down low and will make an attack at you with its horns.
Oh.
And the first hit will be a 23 to hit.
Yeah, I think that hits me.
Does it hit? I don't know. We'll see.
It might. We'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely
So
hits.
with that, let's also get some battle music in this because...
Oh man, I really wish the rest of the party could have met Abel.
We'll put some ice behind it too. Okay. So the elk dips its head down low and does 10 points
Oof. Oh my god.
of damage with its horns. And I also need you to make a strength saving throw.
That is a 12.
A 12! Oh no! As the elk slams into you with its horns, it causes you to like fly 5 feet back and land directly on your ass, tumbling head over heels. And now, like, you literally have stab wounds from these antlers inside of you.
Jeez.
And you are now knocked prone. Abel, what are you doing?
God, what in the world? I'll just recoil for a second and catch my breath. I will stand up, like struggle to push my weight up because I am very low already on health. Now I do have the athlete feat, so it only costs me 5 feet of movement to stand up.
Okay.
So I stand up, hesitant to turn my back on this big elk. I look back. The small elk is still trapped in the wood or whatever.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's now that the mom is there, it's like going wild.
And I try and free it from the tree so that it's no longer like stuck.
Yeah, absolutely. So you reach over and you can see that the elk is like staring directly at you with its like nostrils down, snorting, causing snow to kind of come up from the ground directly underneath it. And you look at it and look back over at the calf and reach and lunge over towards the calf and rip down the branches and leaves that are holding it in place. The second you do, that calf bolts.
All right.
And it begins to just like fucking take off.
As soon as I do that, I'm just gonna drop down to my knees and put my head down, and in servitude or whatever, submit myself to this big elk and hope that it doesn't attack me again.
Sure, no problem. All right. So, as you kind of take a moment to free the elk calf from its stationary location, it takes off, and you kneel down and look, and the elk, it just kind of starts beating its hoof against the ground right next to you, and it's like clacking against the stone.
Oh, jeez.
It begins to like, you know, nudge itself closer and closer to you, and even like reaches your shoulders and your feet and just pushes and nudges you. And suddenly, as this happens, you hear the sound of 3 what sounds like dwarves charging in from the northeast. Get away from him! Get away! Yeah, get away! As 3 dwarves come swinging their ice picks above their heads and waving them in the air. You see that the elk calf actually like has to stop in the snow because it was heading directly at them until they show up and come bursting through the woods and like swinging their pick. The elk calf stops and just starts beating its way towards the like southeast direction. As soon as that happens, you see the white elk that's directly in front of you change its attention from you to the large group of dwarves heading towards it. And suddenly, like a deer just realizing that this car is about to hit him, bends down and bolts away from you. You can of course take an attack of opportunity if you'd like, as it moves away.
I don't think I will.
As the white elk and the dwarves approach closer and closer, it is now your turn, Abel, if you'd like to make a move.
Okay. I will stand up from my kneeling position, and I will run over here. 1, 6. And is that like a rock or something that I can take cover behind?
Yeah, I mean, there's outcroppings of like frozen trees and rocks just lying all over the place. If you wanted to go prone, I can say that you are behind it.
Okay, yeah. I'll just kneel down. I'll knock an arrow. I'll pull out my longbow, knock an arrow, and pull it, and aim at the large white elk.
Okay.
And I will I'll loose an arrow at him.
Okay, go for it.
We go. Oof. 10.
10. Guess what? 10 just so happens to hit. So go ahead and roll
really?
damage.
Okay,
Sure.
as part of this attack, I will use my favored foe ability, which is from Tasha's.
Okay.
Basically, I mark him. I get to do an extra D4 of damage.
Excellent.
That's 9 points of piercing damage.
9 points of piercing damage.
So I run, jump over the small stones on the ground, slide down onto my knee, pull out an arrow, and just loose it.
The arrow pierces right into like a meaty tendon in the back of its leg, causing it to like almost drop to the ground in a stutter. As you can see, you hit a pretty vital spot, like right in where the stomach is, and the creature kind of like is limping away at this point, and the elk calf just takes off running. It's gone. It grows apparently. Okay,
What's happening?
It's gone. But the white elk makes its way 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50. It almost gets away. So it makes its way here. And it's going to dash, actually. And it's just going to take the hell off another 50 feet. Now, your bow has more than enough range to hit it again, so we'll say that it is 50 feet from its current position if you would like to take another shot. But the dwarves, as they their turn approaches, they come in and they kind of separate the distance, and you see one of them that seems to kind of be leading the group is the female, and she just like waves her fist at it and grabs like a rock from the ground and like throws it at the creature. And of course it lands far short of it, but the white elk is bounding, leaps and bounds faster than they could even ever try to attempt to make in this snow. Abel, it is back to you.
All right, just a question. So the large elk was white. Was the small calf elk also all white?
Yeah. Most of the creatures here are white.
It's running.
Yeah, it's currently a good 100 feet from where it was before, so it's 50 feet from this distance.
All right. He contemplates for just a second before standing up, pulling an arrow, knocking it, and then pulling it all the way back, and then loosing it one more time.
All right, roll for it.
Oh, 7.
7. So
I'm hurting.
As you look, you twinge as your side, and you let loose. And as you let loose, normally you'd be right on mark. But with this creature bounding left and right and constantly just dodging across these rocks and the snow, your arrow lands directly in the snow where it was at one point, but just barely missing. And the white elk disappears up over the hill. And you see now, standing in front of you, the 3 dwarves. The male, one of the males, kind of like looks over to the side and pulls down his mask and spits into the snow, and then pulls it back up and places. They all seem to place their ice pick, and now they look over and they can see the trail of blood that leads from where you were all the way over to your current location. And you see the female step in front of one of the dwarves. One of the dwarves just is constantly like looking in the air for some reason. Is just straight up like not even paying attention to what's going on. Really, you saw that he wasn't even really paying attention in battle. You see he's just like looking around, and the female dwarf like grabs him by the shoulder and just kind of shoves him to the side. Oi! You okay?
I'll sort of fall down onto one knee. Yeah, I'm all right. Well, not really. It really took... as I'm just bleeding into my white furs.
She approaches you, and she will bend over and kind of use a bandage that she has. Kind of she rips off of her many bandage, many wrappings that she has around her, and she takes it and ties it across your waist and tightens it, almost like a belt. She goes, it's just a flesh wound. You'll be fine.
Hopefully. I'll
Here.
sort of...
And she kind of like grabs a small canteen, around her waist and gives it to you.
I'll immediately pop that open and start drinking.
Yeah, it is the most like ridiculously strong ale that you've had in a long time.
What is that?
One of them, you see one of them laugh, and even the one that's kind of like looking up in the sky kind of takes a moment to look at you and giggles, and she grabs the flask back from you and takes like a huge swig from it and then puts it on her belt. She goes, "It'll make you feel better."
Made me feel a lot worse already.
Just wait a little bit, you'll feel better in time.
I'll sort of push against the stone and stand up on my feet.
Yeah. And she kind of like allows you to like use her to also to kind of lift you up. What brings you out here?
I'm headed over to Bryn Shander.
Not far off from the mark, are you?
Well,
Bryn Shander's not too far from here. Only about an hour or so.
I had a little trouble with a fox, and then that thing showed up.
A wee little fox got you.
Yeah.
She kind of looks back towards her brother, or towards her cousin, one of the males, and she kind of nods at him, and he nods at her. Oi, what's your name?
Name's Abel. Abel Elias.
Abel, you say?
Yes.
Not able to dodge those horns, then?
Apparently not, friend.
Anyway, Abel, we need some help. Perhaps we should talk more in Bryn Shander once we get there.
Are you headed there as well?
Aye. We come from the mines not too far from here.
Tourmaline.
No, we don't come from Tourmaline. We travel the roads between. We're tradesmen, salesmen, you know, of the sort.
Yeah, I suppose it is smarter to travel in numbers as opposed to by yourself like I have.
Well, that's good. Got any food on you?
Well, I may have a small hunting trap with something on it, but I haven't had a chance to check it yet.
Well, why don't we take care of that first, and then we can make our way to Bryn Shander, and you can take a look at that wound.
You wouldn't happen to have any food on you, would you?
Unfortunately not. We thought we were gonna have us a nice elk dinner.
Oh. Alright.
But, like I said, Bryn Shander's not too far from here.
Let's make haste, shall we?
Very well. And they'll kind of just follow along, and as you lead them back to where you had trapped your small game, and you see now as you approach, a small rabbit has essentially given up the fight by the time you get to him. It is all but exhausted itself in the snow.
I'll go over to it and grab it and pull it from the trap. Is it still like alive, or is it like just totally dead?
No, it's alive, but it seems to become like completely exhausted to the point of like no struggle or anything like that.
Alright, I'll grab it and sort of look at it and say, sorry little thing, but hard as it is for us, I know it's been hard for you as well, but I need this. And I'll snap its neck.
As you snap its neck, and the dwarf kind of just pats you on the back as she's just standing like almost right behind you, not really giving you any kind of room to breathe, just like doesn't know, personal space kind of thing. And she goes, oh, a little softy for nature, are you? How sweet.
Not so much nature, just everyone. It's been hard, hasn't it, for you as well?
All too much. As a matter of fact, that's why we're here. You see, we've run into some trouble. Our cart, well, why don't we talk more once we're in the city, yeah? Get out of the snow.
Maybe. When I'm not bleeding to bandages. I'll pull the furs back over tight.
Yep.
And feeling even colder than before due to the blood loss.
Yeah, for sure.
Keep chattering. I'll pull the hood down tight too. I'll grab all my things.
You kind of pull the hood down tight. You see the three dwarves. You notice that the dwarven woman has like a piece of her ear missing, and the other dwarf has like a piece of their nose missing. And you see this all too common in Icewind Dale nowadays. People just staying way too long out in the cold, either by their own volition, trying to make ends meet, trying to survive. Or people who end up getting lost in the snow and not being able to find their way back until someone either finds them or they luckily find their own way back in any manner. And you begin your trek south back towards Bryn Shander. As you're walking back towards Bryn Shander, you approach the large hill that leads up towards the big town known as Bryn Shander, and you can see the large wooden palisade that makes up the sides, showing that they are quite defensible against any kind of frontline attacks, comparatively to any of the towns, especially yours, that you've been in. Your town doesn't necessarily feel the need to build such an extravagant thing, but you note that Tourmaline is also not nearly as large, and has much to lose, rather than what Bryn Shander does. And you were told that there was jobs here in Bryn Shander, things to do, people to help, and of course your overwhelming goal of trying to figure out what is going on in the world right now with the darkness. And we'll actually go back to the one-on-one screen here. Oops. That's not what I wanted. You don't have to roll for initiative again. It's fine. As you guys wade through the snow, the sister, obviously, or the cousin, the female cousin, she obviously is in charge of this small band of dwarves. And she approaches the gates to the city and just waves down the guards from above, and just uses like a cloth that seems to have the symbol of a mug on it, and she waves it in the air, and the guard kind of just gives like an okay, turns around, says something, and suddenly after a couple seconds this gate begins to slowly make its way open, pushing a lot of snow off to the side, and you see some people even shoveling snow out of the way, as even between times that they open the gate, there's still a good amount of snow that piles up. And you make your way through the gate, and the three dwarves, they kind of stop for a moment and converse with you, as the female dwarf kind of comes up to you and says, "Well, that hill was bigger than I thought."
You're telling me.
Anyways, my name is Hruna. This is my cousin Korux, and that there is Storn. And she'll point over at Storn, and Storn is like looking up in the looking up in the air, looking up in the sky, and just looks at you for a moment, like nods his head, and then continues to look around. Korux seems to like readjust his gear and just like kick some snow, and Huna looks back at you, and she goes, "So, what brings you to Bryn Shander?"
Told there was work here. People that needed help. What's it?
What a coincidence. We also need help. And she goes, you see, again, we had a shipment of goods, and, well, you see, we were attacked. We weren't able to see what attacked us at first, so we ran. And, our goods are probably still out there, and, we need a team of people to go retrieve it. And you can see now, if you look at the dwarves, they seem to be kind of beaten up themselves. They're not the combat type, swinging their ice picks is essentially as combat as they get. And she goes, well, look at here. You're not going to get very far without money here in Brinshander, but we just so happen to have these. And she'll take a large bag and take this and empty it into her hand. And like in her hand, you see large jewels and gems inside of her hand. Now, of course, this is not super uncommon for you, but these look finely crafted and cut. And she goes, if you are to help us, we can write your name on one of these, if you know what I mean.
I'm willing to help in whatever way I can. At the very least, to thank you for saving me back there. If it weren't for you three, I may not have survived. And I thank you.
You kind of place the wrapping back around your mouth, and she kind of nods, and she places all her jewels back in her bag and places it along her side. And she starts making her way down towards the center of town. And she goes, "Oi, let's stop by the Black Iron Blades. We might be able to find help there. It's where our shipment was to go anyways. We need to tell them what happened."
Works for me. Is it like a smithy or something?
Aye, a smithy. Best in the whole town, I've heard.
I can use some more tools.
As Hruna makes her way forward, you kind of step almost, hand in hand with her, just right next to her. Storn and Korux lagging behind. You hear a call out from far off behind you as you stop walking, and Hruna kind of like turns and looks and sees Korux is currently talking to some woman that was looks like she's in charge of the stables or something, kind of like right next to two large axe beaks. It looks like she was tending to them or something. And as she finishes talking to him, you see Korux run and catch up with you guys, and you continue walking towards the Black Iron Blades. And you make your way closer and closer, and as you get towards the Black Iron Blades, you let all three of the dwarves into the door. And as you let all three dwarves into the door, you kind of take a look, last look outside. And roll a perception check for me.
It's an 18.
18. You're like looking around, and you see leaning up against one of the buildings kind of next to the roadside, the same person that was talking to Korux earlier is kind of trailing not too far from behind you, but she looks to be minding her own business, kind of just leaning up against the wall, fixing her cloth in her arm to make sure that she's covered up. And you see her, but you really take no mind, and you make your way into the building. As you make your way into the building, you can see now the inside of what looks to be a regular blacksmith. And you'll hear the workings of one of the blacksmiths in there just going at it towards what looks to be a pretty shoddy looking iron sword. Many of the dings and pelts in a lot of the finished swords that are lining the walls don't look to be worked out very well. They look to be quite dinged up and unpolished as of sorts. But you see Hruna approach the countertop next to where the person is working, and just kind of slam her fist against the wood. And you see the smithy has these blackened goggles that he's currently wearing, and he lifts them up over his face, and you can see now like a clear area across his blackened soot-covered face. And he looks over. Oh, Runa, is that you? Aye, it's me. Where's the rest of you? Wait a minute. Where's me goods? That's a long story. Here, look, we brought some help. And Hruna then goes through the same story, telling him kind of basically that there was an ambush and they need some help with the cart. And as you kind of start to get comfortable, as it's nice and warm in here, and like literally like you're beginning to over sweat because of how hot the smithy is, you start to undress a little bit, and you hear a knock on the door, and you see Hruna make her way over to the door, and she opens it, and you hear, "Aye, who are you?" And they go about talking to each other for a moment, and in walks a very beautiful looking red-headed woman with curls and pleats in her hair, you know, nice long hair, blue eyes, and she makes her way into the room, and she looks to be like kind of smiling as you unload the crate of the bunny that you had caught recently, and you grab the bunny out from the crate and toss it over towards the blacksmith. Excuse me. Toss it over towards the blacksmith, and you unravel the wrappings around your face to continue finally getting out of these layers and layers and layers of cloth and leather and everything that you've been wearing for hours and hours, if not days. And so finally you kind of unwrap, and suddenly outside you can hear the sound of like clanging metal, like outside, and you hear one of the dwarves that is working the forge. He goes, me other shipments here. Well, hold on, and you see now crossing in front of the window just a huge shadow across the window, and it seems almost like too large to be like, of course, like a regular human-sized thing, and you think it almost a creature, but as soon as you think you can barely think to yourself, you hear boo 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 across the door, this time much louder and much harder, as the red-headed woman goes up to the door and opens it, and you now see a creature or a thing or a person that you have never seen before, as a tall, almost like taller than the door frame nearly, woman in way too little clothing for the cold that it currently is, covered in tattoos, kind of look at the inside of the door frame, look at everybody, and that's where we'll end today's session.
That's so good. Oh my god.
Beyond the icy slopes to the northeast, deep below the Kelvin Cairns Mountains in the Dwarven Valley, Grimly was born. He was a beautiful baby boy, or so you would think. Grimly Stonejaw was born pale-skinned, soft-featured, and unfortunately for his mother, with a very human face. In his dwarven stubbornness, his father was quick to accuse his mother of being unfaithful and abandoned her, leaving Grim feeling unwanted. Eventually, this led to the untimely and mournful death of his heartbroken mother. Years later, under Grim's birth moon, something new happened to Grim. He made a friend. A fat dwarf with a full and funny beard named Torrig noticed Grim's exceptional forging skills and came to him for work. This led to them becoming fast friends, laughing and drinking together, sparring even, eventually leading to combat training. Things were looking up for the lonely dwarf, but the Dale worries not for the feelings of a single dwarf. On a day of exceptionally fierce winter winds, the Ord pair set out to train near the south end of the valley when a massive blizzard blew in faster than one could possibly conceive. Searching frantically for any sight of his friend, the storm suddenly stopped without reason. An absolute silence pierced the air, louder than any storm. Scanning the snow-beaten landscape, Grim sees it. His friend lay dead in the snow, eviscerated. In the confusion and terror, he ran. He ran as far as he could from that sight. He ran from his clan in shame and sadness, knowing there is nothing left for him there now. Though he cannot run from himself, his dreams, nor his shame, he will be bound by fate to face them all.
This one starts off a little fast. Grimly. Snow blasts across your face as you sprint forward through the waist-high snow. Clearing your way with your hands, you can barely move faster than your walking speed. Breathing heavily and frantically, you try and look out, but all you see is dense fog. But it's not the fog that worries you or what you're even running from. It's the snowstorm and the monstrous wailing you hear in the white unknown. Suddenly, as you're running forward, you lose your step as a large hill, impossible to see due to the blizzard, causes you to fall head over heel down this steep embankment. Until you land in a deep pile of snow. When you come to an abrupt halt at the bottom, you find it difficult to tell up from down. Just white everywhere. Quickly you find your footing, and as you pull yourself up from the deep snow, you're taken aback by complete silence. You look forward, and all you can hear now is your own breath. As plumes and condensation exit your mouth, you look around frantically, and a horrific sense of familiarity and dread comes over you as you look helplessly into the blizzard. And there they appear again. A set of glowing red eyes perforate the white blanket of snow just up ahead. A low rumble begins to fill the empty void of sound as the eyes begin to grow in size, shaking with even a bit of arctic red electricity flaring from one eye to the other, growing larger and larger and larger, until just then, thunk, you feel a kick in your rib cage as you are startled from sleep. Hey! Hey! What are you doing? You'll freeze to death out here.
Oh, what happened? Where am I?
You see, you've been in Bryn Shander now for over 2 weeks, drifting from place to place, trying to figure out why it is you're still alive. You look up, and staring back down at you now is a woman, just over 5 feet tall, full-bodied, with rosy cheeks, long dark hair that's been braided and swung over her shoulder. As she looks at you, she kind of closes her eyes in a bit of happiness and in realizing that you're still alive. And she looks down at you and she says, "Come now, on your feet. Get you some soup. It'll at least warm you up from your napping outdoors." And she kind of looks down at you and she points at the ground and she says, "Don't forget your stuff."
Right.
And you look over, and on the ground next to you is your shield, your large shield. And then right next to that, lying on the ground, is an open journal, one that you know. And on the journal, while it's open, it's blank. And this is what you see. And I'll show you in roll 20. You see this, and suddenly as you're reaching for it to grab it, an image burns itself into the page for just a moment before disappearing back to nothing.
What the fuck? What the hell did I just see?
Hey, Dan here. Well, look, I know this year has been... Don't worry about that. You look and you kind of look over it, like in fear that maybe somebody else saw it, and you can see now that the woman is already making her way back to the hut that you are currently across from, and she is already unlocking the door. She doesn't seem to take notice.
I'll follow her. Put my stuff away and I'll follow after her.
You grab your shield up from the ground and quickly place your the journal within your pack. And you make your way to the door. She unlocks a few locks and opens the doorway. Inside you can see that this converted cottage now serves as a gathering place for worshippers of some sort, made obvious by the large wooden shrine at the far end of this large open room. The shrine itself looks like the imagery of a large golden sun. Oil lanterns are lit by the woman, giving off a warm orange glow to the room and casting harsh flickering shadows upon the floor. She finishes lighting all the torches, or I'm sorry, all the lanterns on the wall, kind of looks around, and she looks up at the ceiling, and you can see a look of and she gets up on the table and takes her staff that she was carrying and boom, 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 hits the ceiling with the staff. She says, "Copper, we have a guest. Warm up the soup, please." She looks at you, steps down from the table. What's your name, stranger?
Yeah. What's yours?
I'm sorry, say it again?
Grimly.
Ah, Grimly.
You can call me
Fine.
Grim if you like.
Grim it is. I see that you carry the symbol of Helm. Are you also a member of the cloth?
Yeah, just recently. He found me actually.
Oh yes?
You can say that I'm a proud follower.
Well, that's good. At least you believe in something. It gives
Yeah.
you It gives us something to hang on during these times. Well, as you can see, this is a house of Amon Ator, the keeper of the eternal sun. She kind of looks up and she reaches over towards the staircase that leads to the second floor, and you can just hear her, Copper! Copper Knobberknocker! Come down here and don't forget the soup! Incorrigible man. Anyways.
A name like Knobberknocker, I'm not surprised.
If you only knew. Make yourself at home until the soup is ready. I'll just be over here sweeping up. And you see her go over to the front doorway where you guys had just entered, and she begins to sweep all the snow that had entered through the doorway whenever you came in up into a small pile next to the door.
Thank you. I'll go relax. Is there a fire in here? I'll go warm up by the fire.
There is no fire. There is no fire.
Okay.
There are only the small lanterns that are lit on the side. They're oil lanterns that are lit on the side of the walls there.
All right. Then I'll just shake off the snow that's on my boots and then go sit down at a table. I'll pull out my book again and just skim through it, see if there's anything else going on. Anything that I don't already know is there.
Yeah. As you look through it, you see all the writings that you would definitely know is already there. And as you get to the page that you were just at earlier in the snow, very slowly and timidly turn to it and see nothing but a blank page.
What's going on?
Yeah, it kind of takes you by surprise and bewilderment. But as you're looking through the book, you hear coming down the stairs now what sounds like clay pots kind of knocking into each other. And coming down the stairs, a very short man, about the size of a gnome, making his way down each step very carefully, almost hopping from one step to the next due to his short legs, causing the bowls to kind of clink, clink, clink as he makes his way down. You see a small man, even for a gnome, dressed head to toe in a very poofy winter coat. Although quite warm looking, he kind of looks like a small teddy bear. He makes his way into the last step, kind of stumbles and waddles over to you and slides it up onto the table and makes his way and hops up into the chair next to you. And he stands up in his chair and he holds out his hand. He goes, "Copper Knobberknocker, nice to meet ya."
Nice to meet you. And I'll just engulf his full hand in mine.
Yep. And you're like grabbing mostly thick coat at that point, and he kind of like, he's like, and just kind of rips his hand away from you. He's like, "Quite a grip on ya. Well, what brings you to Lathander's home?" And from the back, you can hear, "It's Amonitor, not Lathander." "Whatever. It's Lathander. So, what brings you here?"
Well, I've been traveling for quite some time, just looking for any place to gain refuge. Do you know of any work around here? Because I'm kind of new to town.
I don't know of any around town. We kind of just stick to our own here, in the church. But I mean, there is one thing that you could do. Well, why don't you answer me this? Where are you from?
Up near the Dwarven Mines?
Near the Dwarven Mines, you say?
Yes.
So you should know about the Lonelywood. Do you know about Lonelywood?
It sounds familiar.
One of 10 towns.
Yeah, right.
From across the room while she's sweeping, you hear, "Oh, not this again."
Shut it, woman! Anyways, look, hey, if you ever find your way up north again, for any reason, there's a friend of mine. His name is Hopkin Gumbles.
Hopkin Gumbles.
And he's doing research at an old cabin in the woods. Now, normally we'd be crossing letters here and there, but I haven't heard from him in quite some time. Apparently, the kook was up there building something to help solve this everlasting night business. I don't know anything about it, don't get me on it, but he never really told anybody. But I worry. When somebody's got an idea like that and you stop hearing from them, you start thinking about the worst.
Right.
Just a thought.
That's interesting. If somebody could stop this thing, then a lot less lives would be lost. Hopkins, you said.
Sure.
Maybe I'll pay him a visit. Maybe I'll pay him a visit someday.
It's Hopkin Gumbles.
Hopkin Gumbles. I'll remember that.
Anyways, here's your soup. And
Thank you.
may Lathander's light shine on you.
Aminator!
Right.
Yeah, whatever.
Thank you.
He kind of takes his soup that he had made for himself as well, and goes and sits by the large wooden statue in the back of the room. Opens up a little book that he's been reading and begins to read. The woman walks back up to you, and she says, "Well, Grim, pleasure to meet you. My name is Mishan."
Misha. Nice to meet you
Mishan.
too.
Mishaan. Mishan.
Misha.
Yes.
Got it.
Yeah. So, are you needing a place to stay? Why were you out there in the snow?
Honestly, I don't belong anywhere right now. I can't go back home. So yeah, if you know of a place I could stay, I would much appreciate it.
Well, I mean, seeing as that we're pretty vacant right now due to a lot of people, not making it back from the snow, or, well, the town has just been kind of diminishing as of late. We do have a room in the back for you if you'd like.
Oh yes, yes. If something's available, I'll help out around here if you need.
That would be wonderful. This helm of yours, you said you just recently had dealings with him, or just started believing? What led you to that?
Well, I've been by myself most of my life, and recently, I had a death of a good friend, so...
Oh, my condolences.
Right, anyways, Helm's there for me. It like gives me hope.
Well, in times like these, hope is sometimes all we have.
Right.
And go ahead and roll me a religion check.
Natural 19. 19.
You guys always get me with natural 19. Natural 8. It's like, what?
Right.
All right. So with a natural 19, you know that you've done some studies just recently, as a matter of fact, into the pantheon that goes across the realms. You know a little bit about the lesser known Aminator, but you know a little bit more about, of course, Lathander. Lathander being the more popular of the gods here. Lathander, of course, being the god of the sun, god of light. But you know a little bit about Aminator. Aminator being an older god, one that was said to come before Lathander, and Lathander said to be from Aminator, originally taken from him in some way and started his own following.
Okay.
Well, you know, our place is as good as yours. You know, we don't ask for coin around here, as it is a place of worship. But you know, if you could do, you know, the mundanities around here, I think that'd be more than enough to pay for your stay for now.
Yeah.
The room's upstairs. It'll be, unfortunately, by our friend Copper here, but I think you'll learn to get along with him over time. He grows on you.
I'm sure we will.
I heard that.
You see, he doesn't
Well,
even
thank
look
you.
up from his book.
Right. If there's any handiwork or anything you need done here, I'm a pretty good smith, so just let me know. Otherwise, I'll just try to find anything that I can do around here.
Well, you know, if you find something, then you're more than welcome to help out. But I don't have anything specifically.
Okay.
You know, but you know, you feel free to rest your head. It looks like you're quite weary.
Yes. You said upstairs.
Yeah, upstairs on the left. It's the only other room besides Copper's.
Okay. I'll thank you. I'll go lay down for a bit.
You're very welcome.
Quite tired, and I'll head to the room
Okay.
with my things.
As you're headed to the room, you can see Copper just like eyeing you above his book as he like licks his finger and like turns the page as you walk up the stairs. And you make it into the room. And the room is very humble. You open the door and it's a small angled roof that allows for you kind of to duck inside. And once you're inside, you can stand up. It's about perfect height for a dwarf, but any higher than that, you'd be having to kind of hunch over. But you see a very quaint bed that is made of, you know, sheep's skin or some sort of wool and fur. And that's about it.
Perfect. I'll set my things over next to the bed and kick off my boots and lay down. Try to get some rest.
Okay.
And try not to think about what happened these past few nights.
As you lay down in bed, you set your gear off to the side. You lay your sword beside the bed itself. And as you lay down, you close your eyes, and you can hear the sound of the wind battering against the wood outside, making for a clunking noise. And you close your eyes, and you find it difficult to sleep. Just as you're about to get to sleep, a flash of red eyes appear in your sight, causing you to abruptly kind of wake up for a moment. Look around the room. Roll a perception check. 12. You look around the room.
Sorry, 15.
15.
No,
no,
it's
wait,
12.
38. All right,
Yes.
12. So, yeah, 12.
Yep.
You look around the room. As you're looking around the room, nothing. Just nothing. The sound beating against the doors. I'm sorry, beating against the walls outside. The creaking of wood outside of your door. You feel like somebody was in the room when you woke up, but nothing.
I'm just gonna roll over, stare at the wall, then probably get no sleep. Just listening.
You roll over, you lay down, try to get sleep, try to get sleep. And you fall asleep. As you fall asleep, the same recurring dream you've had now for the last who knows how long happens yet again as you're running through the snow, falling, tumbling, and seeing the red eyes once again coming from the snow, growing larger and larger and larger, until suddenly, hey!
What?
Hey, I've been knocking on this door for like 15 minutes. You okay?
Yeah, I'll be out in a minute.
Just making sure you're okay. Anyways, if you have some time, you can come downstairs. We're having a service, a small service, but you know, you can of course join us if you'd like.
Yes. Yeah, I could use that. That would be nice. I'll be out in a minute. Thank you.
No problem. You must have been tired, sleeping nearly 20 hours. I'll make my way out.
Yeah. 20 hours? What the?
He makes his way out the door and closes it behind him.
I'll gather my things together and... What the 20 hours? That feels like I slept 5 minutes.
You go to grab your shield, sling it across your back, and you grab your pack and you look, and the journal is just burning a hole in your mind, and you just have this overwhelming want and need to open it. What do you do?
I'll pick it up, and I think first I'll turn to a page that I'm familiar with before I go looking further.
Yeah, you go to a familiar page. What is this page about?
It's the last entry I made before I ran.
Okay.
It just says going out training with Doric today. And I'll just think about him for a moment, and then I'll turn the page.
You slowly turn the page, and the page is blank for about a moment, until suddenly a flash within your mind, and the image pops up yet again on the book, and then suddenly disappears, But as you're looking at it, you see now that words and a picture begins to slowly fade in, almost as if ink seeping through cloth on the other side, revealing the words Bryn Shander and swords.
Bryn Shander. I've heard of that place.
Well, you're currently in Bryn Shander.
Right. But I mean, I just came into this town looking for help.
Mm-hmm.
Swords. Swords. What the fuck does this mean? I'll just close the book real quick.
Yep.
And
sure.
where is this coming from? I'm losing my mind here. Swords. Maybe it's a message. Find swords. Maybe a weaponry. I don't know. All right. I'll think about it for a moment, and then I'll head downstairs for service.
Okay. You close the book and shove it back in your pack. Kind of readjust your gear, as your gear is a little bit heavy. Moving the bits of metal underneath the large amounts of fur that you wear. And you make your way downstairs. You open the door, and you can see that Copper has just now made his way down to the bottom of the stairs, and you begin to make your way downstairs. You see that their service is full up of about 2 people. One sitting closer to the wooden statue and one sitting in the very back. All the while, you see Mishan walking from the person in the back with what looks like a small bowl, kind of making her way to the front, and she looks to be dressed in her priest-like clothing at this point, making her way to the front and just looking at the one person up front kind of like bows their head down and places their hand upon Mishan's, and Mishan places her hand upon hers, and she takes her fingers and kind of dips it down into the oil and kind of rubs it across the person's forehead, and she kind of bows down. Mishan bows, and she makes her way back over to the wooden statue and places the bowl upon the shelf that it stands on. And she can see you coming down the stairs. She can hear you coming down the stairs for sure, as she looks over and just kind of looks at you and gives you a nod.
I'll nod back, and I'll head over to the bowl and just dip my fingers in it, touch it, and I'll pull my cloth out that's tucked through my belt that has the emblem of the Eye of Helm.
Mm-hmm.
I'll pull that out, and I'll go kneel, and I'll just kiss the fabric on the emblem and bow my head.
As you bow your head, you just think of all the terrible things that have been happening recently, and it's not even just recently. Your whole life has been one thing after the other. Just thinking about your place in this world, what it means, why Helm has chosen to protect you. Do you have anything to say, or no?
I'll say, and I won't say it out loud, I'll just think it.
Okay.
Why me? Why? Help me.
As you're sitting there praying and thinking, you feel a small hand on your shoulder. And you look over and kind of open one eye as you peek over to the side. And you kind of see the small little gnome next to you with like a nice little grin on his face. And he's like,
You sure you're alright, friend?
Yeah. It's just been really hard.
It's been hard for a lot of us. I apologize that it's been so hard on you, my friend.
Yeah.
May Lathander
I'll be
lead you
alright.
to the light once more.
Yes, yes. Thank you. You as well.
You seem a little out of it when I came to greet you this morning. You would think after so long sleeping that you'd be well rested. Is there anything that I can do to help?
I've been having these weird dreams recently. It's just a reoccurring dream that really keeps me up. So it seems like I'm getting rest, but I'm not. I don't know. I don't know if you can help me.
Well, if there's anything you can tell me, I can see if we can figure this out together. It seems that reoccurring dreams is sometimes a sign of things to come. Things that have been.
Maybe you can help me with something. I'll pull my book out.
he kind of looks over and like he he knowingly knows that it's very delicate to you as you kind of pull it out and slowly bring it out, and he's like kind of standoffish at first.
So I've been. This is more of a personal book that I use to, write down my thoughts and things, but something else is writing in it now. I don't know if that's weird or you've ever heard of something like that, but I'll open up to the page that
someone's stealing it and writing in your journal?
No, these things are appearing in it by themselves. I might be going crazy.
It does sound odd. What is it that you'd like me to see?
Do you know a place with swords?
I'm sorry?
And you show him the picture, and he looks at it and he takes it and he's like,
Prince Shander, well, I mean, you're in the right place. Swords. Would you mind if I asked Mishan for a little bit of her insights?
Oh, go ahead. Yes, anything would help.
and
I don't
he-
really know Prince Gender that well.
He kind of turns over to Mishan, and Mishan is either deep within prayer or sleeping, one of the two, as she's kind of leaned up against the wall on one of the sides of the cabin. And you see Copper, of course, leaves the journal with you for a moment, and as Copper is going, one of the people in the back of the room then goes and just like leaves in the middle of the ceremony and just takes off, and you see them wrap themselves up in cold weather gear and make their way out, opening and closing the door. And Copper goes over there for a moment and tugs on Mishan's cloak, and they begin to talk for a second, and he motions you over to them.
Okay, I'll walk over. Yes.
So,
what do you think?
this journal, may I see it, please?
Yes. I'll hand it. I'll hand it over to her. I'll open to the page.
And she looks at it, takes the page, and
holds it up to like one of the lanterns on the wall. I can't tell what this is written in. It doesn't look like ink.
That's interesting.
It's symbolism. Bryn Shander, swords. The only thing I can think of is, well, here in Bryn Shander, there's not too many people with weapons. Usually it's fishing, mining. Only people with swords are the guards or the militiamen.
Well,
Right.
what about the people who supply the militiamen?
They're kind of swordsy.
The Black Iron Blades. Yeah, Black Iron Blades. They're in the middle of town somewhere. I heard they make a lot of swords.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah, that makes sense. Swords, the blades.
I mean, I don't
Where
know if it's.
you don't know exactly where it is.
It's near the center of town. You should be able to see it as long as you make it to towards the center. If you look northward from the town square, you should be able to see a sign hanging over the door. No problem.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I would apologize if it's not like right on the nose. I'm just thinking the only thing
Maybe I
can
can
think
get
of
some
is
answers
swords.
there. Right. Maybe I can get some answers. Thank you. I'll take my book back and put it away real quick, and I'll say, I don't want to rush, but if I can come back later tonight, maybe I'll be back. But I need to find these answers. I need to figure out what this means.
No, of course. You can take your time. There's no rush to come back here. If you find it necessary, you can always come by and say hi. And
Yes,
repay your debt in any way you see fit.
Thank you. And what was the name of your friend again?
I'm sorry?
Copper. What's the name of your friend? Up to the north. I'll pay him a visit too for you.
Oh.
See if he's doing all right.
Yeah, you mean Hopkin Gumbles?
Yes. I'll check up on him if I get a chance.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. If you do find out something, please let me know so I don't worry.
Yes. Well, thank you again, and I'll have you in my prayers.
Oh, sure thing, and you'll be in ours. And yeah, like I said, if you ever make your way back in town, don't be afraid to stop by.
Yes. Thank you again. I'll head out the door.
You make your way to the front door, and they kind of tail right behind you as they kind of lead you, as if mother and father kind of leading you to the door. And they both stand in the doorway as you open it up and make your way out. And behind you, you can hear them conversing. You hear,
Strange fella.
won't be the last time we hear of him. Aminator Willing.
You mean Lathander?
No, I mean Aminator. Lathander! And the door shuts.
Shake my head at both of them, and to myself at both of them, and head towards the middle of town. In a hurry.
Yeah. In this rush, you can see now that you're nearly almost leaving at the exact same time that you had left the day prior. The darkness of the sky has barely changed whatsoever, and as a matter of fact, you can see that it's probably nearing nighttime yet again, as the aurora in the sky has already begun many miles to the north, but you can see it slowly rolling across the sky far from you. You begin making your way through the city desolate as ever. You had made your stay outside of this humble abode as one of the only people out and about in the town, You had made a small little campfire that had long died. But as you make your way towards the center of town, nothing seems alive. Everything is just cold and doors are closed, and you hardly ever even see the warm glow of fire within some of these houses. All of them, they seem almost empty. You'd think for such a large town you would see such a nice population coming from where you were. Everybody kind of bundled together. And here, almost not a soul in sight. You see the occasional guard with a lantern just walking down the street and making his way towards wherever he's going.
Do I see a sign for the place I'm looking for, or am I still like kind of lost in here?
No, you make your way towards the town center, and you can see now this is a large open complex of kind of like just placed stones that has been made to emulate roads or walkways in this area. In the center is a very uninspired well of sorts. It's just a basin that it looks like it's been made. That's completely full of ice. It's just been iced over. But you look to your north, as you had been told before, and almost maybe only 50 to 75 feet off to the northeast, leading down the road, you see a cart of sorts being led by two sled dogs. And just outside of this building, you see two smaller, what look maybe like gnomes or halflings, currently gathering large pieces of scrap metal and pushing them along or putting them along the side of the building next to it, as a human looks to be either directing them or supervising them in some way.
I'll watch them for a minute.
Yep.
Just kind of walk up a little bit, but I'll just keep an eye out and see what's going on.
As you're watching them, and you can kind of see them from a distance, the two halflings or gnomes, they continue working. They just keep putting more and more of this scrap metal that they pull from the sled, put it next to the house. But the human, kind of like knowingly, like puts his head up in the air and then looks like directly in your direction, and almost like looks directly at you. And he just kind of puts his chin up in the air. He sees you. Yeah, he sees you kind of put your hand up, and he just like slowly puts his up.
Hello. Is this the Black Iron Blade?
Yeah? Who are you?
I'm nobody really. I'm looking for the Black Iron Blade. I feel like I need to be here. What is this? A weapon shop?
Yeah, I guess you can call it that. You feel like you need to be here. You needing some weapons or armor, and this is your place.
How about work?
Well, I don't know anything about work. We travel from place to place and gather for these people. They might have something for you here too, I guess. Maybe.
I thank you. I'll head inside.
Yeah, no problem.
And he looks over. He's like, "Hey, don't drop that! Come on!" And
I'll head up to the door and I'll just bang on it.
Boom,
Hello?
Boom, boom, boom.
You can hear what sounds like quite a conversation going on from the inside through the door. The muffled voices of several people talking, not all at the same time, but it sounds almost boisterous inside. You walk inside, and the door doesn't open. And so you
Knock
bang
on it
even
again.
harder.
Hello.
All right, you bang even harder. And as you bang on the door yet again, the door opens up, and standing in front of you is a sight you've never seen before, and chills you almost to the bone as you look directly in the face of a very dark skinned elf looking directly at you in the eyes. You can see that the white part of their eyes are black, and her hair the color of blood. She looks directly at you, and she gives you a very slight grin.
Her eyes are red.
Her eyes are black.
I mean the
pupils of her eyes.
middle.
Well, she kind of blinks for a moment. She looks directly at you. And that's where we'll end today's session.
Oh man.
The wind howls over the ice-covered peaks in the spine of the world mountain range. When many of the world's population and creatures alike would consider here an uninhabitable death trap, Olanu and her tribe have made this their home. Said to have been kissed by the tempest at birth, Olanu's white hair and blue eyes have granted her the name of Iceheart. Nestled within the dangerous mountain itself, the Akhenathi tribe of Goliaths have thrived. Being raised by her father to follow the path of the totem, she has found it difficult to find the guardian spirits within herself. Although, following deep in her consciousness, the wolf and the bear watch her every move with thoughtful apprehension. Plagued by visions of ominous comings, Olanu Iceheart has made the long journey from the safety of her mountaintop home to the isolated civilizations of 10 towns. Unable to find the source of these terrifying visions, she has made it her mission to confront whatever may be causing them. In the meantime, Olanu, although meeting some resistance at first due to her stature and stories of her kind, has found herself reluctantly running security to those brave enough to journey for trade amongst the lakeside towns.
So let's go ahead and get into it. All right. So leading off with the fact that you are running trade for the people along these routes, let me go ahead and set the mood. Bit of ambiance. There. That should do it. You can see Ian clapping his hands and wiping the snow off on his winter jacket. He claps you across the shoulder. You know, I'm glad that we got contracted with you. Especially for this trip. Weather hasn't been too kind of late.
Is it ever kind?
That's true. You know, that would have taken us hours to put all that together. I'm glad you're here, though.
Glad to be of help.
You look over, and you can see Hans and Gretchen, the two halflings that were also contracted to be with you here on this supply run, currently latching the two snow dogs to the reins of the sled. You know these snow dogs as you've made quick friends with them, being that your connection to animals has always come a little bit easy for you. You know Molly and Sarah, the two husky-like dogs that lead this sled. Sarah is even playfully squirming and making it difficult for Hans to fit the reins properly over her, and at one point even knocking him over into a small snowdrift, causing both dogs to and wag and spin and dance around as if playing a game. You see that Gretchen is kind of laughing or chuckling at the other as he kind of tries to get up out of the snow, and he's just completely covered in white at this point.
She'll walk over and put the harness on the dog, giving it a good scratch.
You get over there, and the second you get over there, Sarah, like, immediately kind of calms down. Doesn't, like, you know, obediently calm down, but she's just very happy to see you and immediately, like, sits in the snow as you approach. And you can easily put the reins on. And you look over, and he's just still wiping off the snow off of him. And he's like, you know, I had that.
Sure you did.
And after making your way to 10 towns, you found it best to help out with these supply runs, as it allows you to be away from the troubles that the towns seem to bring. It also helps in gathering what little money you may be using for clothing and weapon repairs and replacements. You see, if there's anything you've learned over the past several months of being here, it's that there is a complete lack of care put into the craftsmanship of your weapons and armor provided by the Black Iron Blades. Unfortunately, the Black Iron Blades are one of the only companies willing to hire a Goliath like yourself without too many questions. You turn, and you can see Ian adjusting the ropes that are used to tie down the top of the sled to make sure that the metal scraps don't go flying out. You picked up these metal scraps just recently from a merchant here in East Haven. Really, it wasn't as much you as Ian. He seems to be the talker of the group. And as Ian is, like, kind of waist deep in this bag, trying to, like, get hold of the other side of the rope, you know, to tie down this large sack of scrap metal, you see, approaching far off in from the snowstorm, an outline of a tall figure ominously approaching from about 30 feet behind the sled. The figure looks to be possibly sneaking or something due to their hunched nature and slow approach.
She's gonna put her hand to the hilt of her sword, and yell out, "Who goes there?"
Approaching through the snow and the fog, the figure becomes more and more apparent, now showing the outline of what looks to be obviously some sort of elder, taller creature. You look close and you can see the bluish gray furred face through the wrappings that go around him, and as he approaches, he just sticks up one of his hands, says, no need to worry, I didn't mean to frighten you. I know it's dark. My apologies. I see that you're headed due west. Are you perchance heading out to Brynnshander?
We are.
Oh, good. I see. I have a pupil of mine that will be in need of some passage to Brynnshander. I was wondering if I could have her possibly come alongside you and travel with you back, on your way back to the town.
It's no skin off my back, just as long as you pay them.
As you say that, you hear clink, 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 as, you see Ian just digging through the metal still. And from his position, he yells out, "Look, old man, we aren't a taxiing business. We're merchant tradesmen." "Oh, well, if it's coin you seek, I have some." And you see him pull out a small coin purse from his side. And Ian immediately, like listening, saying he's got coin, he picks his head up from the thing and starts making his way towards the figure. And suddenly he's like, "Wait, Tomlin, is that you? Oh, hey, sorry, I couldn't tell in the dark and the snowfall and such. So who's the woman?" "Oh, it's just a friendly acquaintance. She needs your guidance as she's new to 10 Towns." Acquaintance. New to 10 Towns, you say? I haven't seen a new face in 10 Towns, and God, I can't even remember. Olanu, you can see now that the old man is kind of shifting in place, and his eyes kind of like dart from you to the halflings back to Ian. And Ian speaks up. He says, But yeah. No, we got you, Tom. Do we need to go get her or what?" No need. She will be on her way quite soon. I'll send her here to meet you. Here, take this though. And he has the small purse of coins, and he just places it in Tomlin's hands. And you can see Tomlin is kind of like skittish about taking it. He doesn't really feel good about it. He even kind of like motions back towards Tomlin, and Tomlin, or the the gray-faced man, places his hand up in denial. And he's like, no, please, just, it's fine, no worries. Very generous of you, Tom. Thanks. I wasn't expecting it, but I appreciate it. Yeah, just send her on her way then. Oh, yeah, of course. And he turns in the snow, and he starts to back away towards East Haven. And as he's backing away, just as he's like about to enter the fog and snow barrier that is past your sightline, he kind of turns back and he goes, oh, and one more thing. And Tom kind of is like, yeah? Through the snow. She's a little different. But I give you my word, she can be trusted. And he turns and exits into the snow, the wall of fog. Ian kind of turns back to you and he's like, okay.
What does he mean by different?
I don't know. I trust that he says it's okay and it'll be okay. We'll see once she gets here, right?
Fair enough. Well, you'll see. I've got to go hunting.
Be on your guard is all I know. Hey, Olanu, while we wait, why don't you go check on our rations real quick? I know we were running low last I checked.
Okay. And she'll walk off to go check what they have.
Okay. You kind of head back towards the sled, and as you're heading back towards the sled, you can see that both Hans and Gretchen are already made their way back to the front of the sled. And as you're looking and pulling aside the furs and everything like that line the top of the sled, you note the bag that was carrying the entirety of your rations, and you look over, and it's completely empty. Aside from some crumbs. And you look up, And you can see Gretchen has pulled down her face mask, and she is just finishing the last bit of Knucklehead Jerky.
I'm gonna eat on the road now.
She just kind of laughs it off, knowing that she may have been in the wrong.
She'll go walking back towards him and tell him, Gretchen ate the last of the rations.
Well, shit. The market's closed, and the wet trout's prices are fucking highway robbery. Are you, And he kind of looks up at you, and he does the whole, starts at your feet and kind of looks all the way up to your face and says,
Just kind of crosses her arms.
Are the rumors true?
About?
You know, what they say about Goliaths treating this weather like their own backyard.
I mean, yes. We've lived here for way longer than any of you.
I don't doubt it. I mean, I've seen what you can do. Could you hunt?
I was already planning on it. I just didn't think it was going to be absolutely necessary.
Well, I'd say thanks to Hans and Gretchen over there that we don't really have a fucking choice now, do we?
Yep, let's hope I actually catch something.
He kind of scratches the back of his head. He sighs one more time. He's like, well, why don't we do this? Do you remember that large tree that crosses over the road about a third of the way from Bryn Shander to here?
Yes.
It took us quite some time to actually get around it. Why don't we meet up there? I'll procure the woman and get us going, and I'm sure by the time we reach that point that maybe you get lucky.
Hopefully.
Well, if you don't see me and I don't see you, at least wait till nightfall before making your way back to Bryn Shander. And if all goes to plan, we'll just all meet up there.
Okay.
All right.
Don't worry. We'll see each other.
Yeah, I hope so. I'm gonna go get a drink, and I'll probably head back here in just a second, but you're free to go whenever you feel fit.
Safe journey.
He kind of looks at you and gives you another pat on the shoulder. You note that his pats are unforgiving. He is quite sincere in his congratulations, or he's always been like a happier kind of fellow, and he just gives you a nice warm pat on the shoulder before he kind of just heads back over towards Hans and Gretchen, and you can see him giving Hans and Gretchen a nice little talking to.
She'll pick up her gear and start heading off down the trail.
Yep. You go over to the carriage, or you go over to the sled, and you pick up your gear, and your gear, of course, consisting of a few survival items, and your trusty sword, which you had just recently got from the Black Iron Blades company, and their workmanship has been quite shitty as of late. So you pick up your rusty, dinged up sword, but truthfully, it's all you can afford at this point. And what do you do? Do you head out into the drift?
Yeah. So she's gonna grab her stuff off the cart, start getting it in place. and then give one last look over her shoulder, and then just head off down the trail, trying to be as quiet as she can, but then like veering off kind of to hunt.
Okay. Yeah, as you head out, you can see Ian kind of stops for a moment from yelling at the two halflings, and he kind of looks up to you, and he just puts his arm up in the air, and kind of in his way of showing like he is just waving goodbye. He goes back to yelling at the halflings before you make your way into the unknown.
She actually remembers suddenly that she left a very important somebody on the cart, and she's going to whistle loudly.
You see Olanu like stop, like dead center tracks, like even puts her hands up like this, like kind of like whoa, kind of like that, and she looks back, lets out a large, like a sharp whistle,
and then hold my arm up.
And you hold your arm up. As you hold your arm up, the tarp from on top of the sled begins to kind of bump up and move and shift, and you see kind of just standing right between the two halflings that are currently being yelled at, poking its head out from underneath the tarp. You see what looks like the face or head of like an eagle, as a sharp beak kind of like comes out with a nice curve to the end, pops out, and you hear, and suddenly, woof, as it lifts off, it pushes the rest of the tarp away from where it was located, and even pushes a bit of snow in the faces of everybody that were standing around. They kind of have to like hold their faces, as a small griffin exits from the cart and makes her way over to Olanu and lands on Olanu's arm. As it kind of like grips onto Olanu's arm, it shifts its way closer to her and kind of nuzzles its nose against its feathers in an act of cleaning.
She's gonna kind of ruffle its feathers on his head. Good Percy. Good little griffin.
It stands like on all four across your arm and settles in.
Mm-hmm. And we'll go off.
And you make your way off into the tundra.
Kind of push it so that he goes back behind my head.
Hey, you have a cool little setup in your armor that, much like a baby Bjorn has the baby kind of like sticking out from your chest, you have it on your back to where he kind of knows exactly where to like shift and move its wings and move down in to where its head is essentially opposite yours, facing backwards as you move forward along.
So something that I want to kind of keep an eye out as we go is going to be a good location to actually set up the hunting trap that I have.
All right. So, after about an hour or so of walking through the snow, you note that, unlike many of the people here in 10 Towns, you are not nearly as affected by this cold weather as the smaller folk are. As you make your way through, your skin just kind of radiates a natural warmth, allowing you to move through the snow just as easily as ever before. But you still find it harrowing to push through a lot of this harsh winter wind and everything, making it so that it's still a little bit difficult. Even though the cold may not bother you, the actual weather effects still kind of get to you from time to time, having you stop and catch your breath and such things like that. So after about an hour of traveling through the snow westward towards Bryn Shander, just a little bit north of the road, you know that you don't want to travel too far off from the roadside. That way you can find your way back eventually. Just to the north of where you are, you begin to locate a possible area of maybe where a game trail may or may not be. I need you to roll me a survival check, please.
Okay.
Perfect. I like it already. That's a good face.
It's an 8.
Excellent. All right. So as you are going through, you unfortunately don't see any game trails, but you set up or find an area that you believe could possibly be of good use or that could lead to a possible entrapment, and you're able to, of course, set up or do whatever you need.
She'll just kind of, not really seeing much, she'll just kind of try and put the trap down, set it, and obscure it as much as she can, and then find an area where she can kind of observe it without being seen.
Yeah. This is like an old trap. The metal itself for the trap is it kind of squeaks as you open it, almost as if like ice rubbing against ice, as it clacks together, it clacks open, allowing you to set the trap in its location.
She'll kind of mumble under her breath, why is everything so busted?
The second you see that, you see like a pin kind of like fly out of the metal, and you're just like, you're ready for the trap to just go off at any second, and it just doesn't.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so she'll just try and find a spot kind of obscured and keep her head on a swivel and listen for anything, and she'll kind of whisper over to Percy, shh, let me know if you find anything.
He just kind of just makes like a noise in response and kind of tucks his beak into the pack as he does, kind of just allowing his eyes to kind of gaze over the top of the opening.
Okay.
You feel his little feetsies kind of moving in there just to try and get comfortable, and he's solidified himself in that position. And from that point, you are able to kind of know that you need to at least separate yourself a good amount from this trap beforehand. You take excess snow and fill in the areas that allowed you to get to this point to kind of cover up your own tracks. And it leads you up over this large hill, this large snow-banked hill, to where you can see the trap on the other side of this hill. And you currently are looking just like directly at it for a good amount of time. And as you are laying there, kind of belly down in the snow with your arms kind of just like up underneath you, looking directly at the trap and just kind of keeping an eye out around you, the snow is just beating around you. You can barely see the trap from a distance. You know, it's covered by the fog and covered by the snow, but the gleam of the metal kind of gives you an idea of exactly where you had set it. And as you look down upon your trap, you feel a presence beside you. Not like a physical presence, not like you saw something, but like out of the corner of your eye, lying like next to you. You hear the sound of like
She'll turn her head to look at it.
You look over and you don't see anything. You see just like you're at the top, or you're like at the peak of this snowbank, and you see a bit of snow get like pushed off of the top, like right next to you, no more than maybe 2 feet off to your right. And in your head, you know that this is something. This is something that you have inside of you. It's almost as if your instincts come to life. This is the conscience on your shoulder. This is the presence that has followed you all your life. As you kind of press your imagination and you look for a moment, the ever so faint outline of a gigantic wolf takes form slowly beside you. As it does, it just breathes through its nose, knocking a little bit of snow off the edge. And you can see it's looking down at the trap that you set, almost as if a hunting partner sits there next to you, with its paws directly in front of it, ready to pounce. As you look on, it slowly just moves its eyes towards you. It doesn't really move its head. It moves its eyes towards you. And just as fast as you had seen it, the wind blows and takes away what form you had seen. And suddenly...
She kind of smiles.
Oh, go ahead. Yep.
She kind of smiles, grabbing at the claws that she has at her throat. And then turns back towards the trap.
And suddenly, as you grab the claws around your neck, before you have a chance to even look back, you hear the sound snap as the trap activates. You can hear and see down below in the snow as a small, medium-sized deer is stuck in a trap. You see it trying to pull its leg out from your trap. As you look on the creature, looking around, you can see that the creature is missing an eye. Looks like something had gotten a hold of it at one time, and you see a large gash across its face. It's making a lot of noise.
She's going to slide down the ridge and take off down to finish the kill.
As you stand up, you're immediately stricken with fear. As the second you stand up, you hear a noise, much like this. And as you stand up, from out of nowhere, just to the side of the deer, a huge white cat leaps up from the snow and tackles the deer, instantly grabbing it across the neck and ripping, causing the deer to, of course, go silent. And this gigantic crag cat stands above its kill. As it gnaws and grabs onto the leg, it breaks it apart.
She's gonna kind of sigh to herself because she has to get that food.
A memory suddenly jumps back into your mind as you remember, as if it were yesterday, a time when you were younger that a tundra cat just like this killed an entire family of Goliaths by itself after it had accidentally found its way into their hut. You see the crag cat is currently kind of licking its lips and kind of licking the area. And the cat begins to grab the deer and just drag it off into the snowbanks.
Maybe not this one. Let's see. So, how big is the animal?
The crag cat is huge. It's it's bigger than you, and you're big.
Oh yeah.
It's like its shoulder width alone is nearly as tall as you are high, as big as you are high. This thing is jacked. It's like, but you see it, and as it's going off into the distance, you see what looks like a rocky outcropping nearby.
I'll circle around towards the outcropping.
Okay. So you go towards the outcropping. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check.
Oh, this will be fun. Oh no. That's a 10.
A 10?
Yeah.
Okay.
These dice are cursed. They're pretty, but they're cursed.
So, as you are kind of making your way closer to the crag cat and kind of like around in a roundabout way towards the rocky outcropping, you're making your way there, and you grab onto a large rock that is alongside this hill that you are on. And as you grab that rock, it lets loose a couple other rocks underneath it, and they begin to tumble down the side. And you immediately drop down into the snow and see that you look over just a little bit to get a view. The crag cat kind of stops what it's doing, looks around, looks directly in your direction, grabs the deer and begins to move quickly towards one of the outcroppings of rocks ahead. What do you do?
Okay. I'm gonna give it a second.
Okay.
And then attempt to move a little bit more quietly in that direction.
Heavy breathing, you get up as a near-death experience kind of just like passes right before your eyes. As you breathe a sigh of relief, when you look up, you can see the crag cat has now made its way and hopped along a couple of the rocks until you see now it making its way into a large cavernous opening along the side of one of the rocks. And after about 5 or 10 minutes of kind of contemplating and waiting to see what's going on, 2 large crag cats exit the mouth of this large, jagged cave entrance as they look out into the distance, not in your direction, but just out in the distance, and they set off together into the darkness.
This seems a little too dangerous, and she's not entirely sure that this deer is going to be worth it.
Well, you do know that deer are extremely difficult to come by. As a matter of fact, food is extremely difficult to come by. Being that you've been here so long, the only food that is not guaranteed, but is at least stable, is that of the knucklehead trout. And being that your escapade so far has not led to any more trout, this might be your only chance at food other than that couple of large crag cats that just walked away.
Okay. She just kind of sighs, tries to move as stealthily as she can towards where the crag cat dragged the deer.
You make your way upwards towards the outcropping of rocks. You step on one rock and kind of wait for a moment and kind of gather its strength to make sure that it's not going to fall from under you. You take a large leap grabbing onto the next ledge and pulling yourself up from that ledge and kind of getting down low. As you reach, finally, the side of the large cave opening, kind of place your back against the side and listen inside. As you listen inside, roll a perception check.
Oh no.
Holy cursed dice, Batman.
Yeah, these are awful. They're so pretty, but they're so bad. That is 7.
7. Okay.
7.
As you turn the corner of the
Just gonna put this.
you turn the corner of the cave entrance, a large drift of snow from above you where the rock kind of leans over the edge. A large pile of snow falls and it lands almost directly on top of your head, causing you to slam your back up and look up. And luckily, it was just the wind. But from inside the cave, you can hear the sound of dank droplets of water dripping into large pools. That's about it.
Okay.
This
Is there
of course
any...
from the outside.
Okay. So she's gonna start moving in, trying to look for drag marks and blood from the deer to try and follow it.
Yeah, go for it. Survival check.
Rolling a different die.
All right.
No, I think it's his game session. Okay.
Oh no!
8.
8. All right.
Also another one that's going bye-bye.
Woo! For these stats.
I know!
This is DM justice. No, I was kidding. All right, so as you walk inside, the snow seems to have cleaned much of the blood off of the carcass. As a matter of fact, knowing a lot about the lands themselves, you know that a lot of times the snow and the cold will actually freeze the blood before it leaks too much from the body, barely allowing enough time for it to even leave a stain or a trail, let alone a whole blood streak or anything like that. So unfortunately, you don't see anything like that as you look into the mouth of this cave, and as you peer inside, you can hear the sound of the drops hitting the water, and you can also hear the sound of dust or rocks clacking against each other as small bits of stone may be falling from the ceiling and landing upon the floor. You look inside and you can see what looks like just a large open area that leads beyond the rocks, and the rocks kind of lead in a downward angle into this smaller hole. This cavern itself is not very tall, no more than I'd say no more than 8 feet tall, so you're almost dragging your head across the ceiling. But it's pretty wide. It's probably about 30 feet wide, but no more than 8 feet tall, as you kind of have to duck down a little bit. But you look inside, and as you look inside, you can see small bones that kind of litter the floor that aren't seemingly hidden or anything like that. They just seem to be littered around the basin of the floor here. And as you're kind of inspecting this area, you see a longer tunnel that leads a little bit off to the left from where you are currently, this main entryway area.
Okay. She'll follow that path, hoping that the other two don't come back.
Yep.
And there aren't any more,
Yep.
other than the one she's tailing.
As you go in and push forward into this smaller side cavern, you see that the ceiling is becoming kind of smaller and smaller and smaller as you kind of keep going down. Go ahead and roll a perception check as you make your way down the hallway.
Which one of you are not going to mess me up? Okay. I'll try this one. Eight.
8! Hell yeah! Alright. Olanu. As you make your way in, you can see what looks like the back of the deer lying down on the ground at the back of this cave. It is currently facing away from you, like you can see like the whole back end, the whole spine of the deer and like the back of its neck, maybe the head, and it's currently just like laying on the ground in the back of the cave area. And it's you can see now that like by the time you reach that area, like if you were to go all the way down there, it's probably no more than like 4 feet in height.
Oh. Okay.
Like it just keeps getting smaller and smaller as the, but you can see the deer off.
She'll, I guess, low crawl for 2-8.
All right. So, as you low crawl, you hear like behind you. You hear, as you can tell that he's a little afraid of what's going on. He kind of like tucks down even further into your bag, and you begin to like low crawl, and you reach the deer. You are at the deer.
Okay. Just gotta give it one more look around.
You give it one final good, what the fuck am I doing?
Yep.
Roll one last perception check.
Okay, at least it's above a 10. So that's a 14.
14. You go to pull the deer from its location. You grab it by its tail and pull the tail away. And as you pull the tail away, you can see just there that the creature has already been like opened up at the stomach, and a lot of its entrails kind of line the floor there. And you pull it back, you slide it back, and as you slide it back, you look now as there are 2 small cats lying in the pen that is kind of a set of old timber and old like leaves and everything like that set up in the back of the cave right behind the deer. And you can see that their mouths are covered in red. It looks like they had just gotten done with a nice warm meal. And as you pull this thing to the side, as you pull it to the side, one of them rolls over and looks directly at you. And
So she just kind of looks at it, kind of pulls up her sword a little bit and like chops off the tail, or tries to chop off the tail of the deer and throw it at it.
You like slowly but surely pull your sword and begin to, and this shit isn't cutting. This fucking sword isn't cutting. You look down at the dull, banged up, rusted sword that the Black Iron Blades gave you. And it's just fucking terrible. And you end up like getting halfway through and ripping off the rest of the tail. And as you rip off the tail, the cat seems to have been interested in what you were doing and begins to rub up against your side.
I toss the tail, hoping that it chases it.
Immediately like looks in the direction of the tail. Go ahead and roll an animal handling check, please. Okay. With advantage.
Oh, thank goodness. Okay. Where is he? Okay, 18.
18.
Yes.
You toss the tail off in the distance, causing the one that was currently up against you to like look off quickly as the tail lands. And as the tail lands, it runs over in the direction of the tail and like pounces on it as if it were prey, and begins to like roll on the ground with it within it, you know, with this large poofy tail within its arms, and rolls around with it and begins to like slowly gnaw on it.
Okay. She's just gonna grab onto the deer and try to like get it into a better position to haul it out of there.
Yeah. With 4 feet of height, you have to like drag it out a little bit. So you're like,
Okay.
and as you're pulling it, you're like leaving an end, like a trail of entrails along, just not even worried about, you know, cleaning it or anything like that. You're just fucking pulling it, get it out of here as soon as you possibly can. And as you like pull it out, finally, you're able to place it, you know, in a better carrying position along your back. As you, you know, are barely able to get from bumping your head from like the small icicles that hang down from the ceiling here.
Okay. She'll kind of pull the entrails off to leave them.
Yeah, I mean, you just like shovel the entrails out with your hand easily, and just once it's clean enough, you toss the entrails kind of back towards the rest of the cats, and kind of toss it up.
Getting out there as quickly as I can without making too much noise.
All right, go ahead and roll a stealth check, please.
Okay. 20.
20. All right. So
I like this dice.
you you toss the thing over your shoulder, and as you are heading out the cave, you can see off in the distance, probably a good 60 or so feet off, barely just a shadow of the 2 large crag cats coming back. And the second you see them, you head for the hills. You sprint out of there as fast as you can, and as you do, you know, bump the deer up against the side, causing a little bit of rocks to kind of drop or whatever. But the last thing you notice on your way out is the crag cat that was asleep begins to make its way towards the entrance to the cave, and that was right before you started, you know, hauling ass out of there. And as you haul ass out of there, you take a moment to like look back behind you as the crag cats enter the cave, back where you just were.
She kind of stills herself for a second and then continues to meet him at the tree.
The sweat on your brow is solidifying into frost as it comes down your face, and you kind of have to take your hand to wipe away the sweat. As you do, you kind of leave a little residue of blood, and you know, you're able to clean it off if necessary. But
Should leave it. It makes it look fierce.
You have your fresh kill, you know, slung across your back, missing much of its entrails, but still a lot of good meat on this creature, and you know that this will feed you and your compatriots for at least a few days, being that the crag cats have taken a chunk out of it, but you can get at least a few days worth of meat from this. So you begin to trek back towards the meetup location that Ian had previously spoke of, and you know that it's up along the side of the road, and it's pretty easy to spot, as it's like this gigantic tree had fallen long ago and blocked much of the road, but is able to be trekked around, of course, after some time. And you know the general direction of it because, again, you stayed pretty decently close to the road in the first place. And as you are walking back, and you have the thing strapped across your back,
You begin to hear footsteps behind you in the snow. You hear this. And do you stop?
She's gonna try and move. If she can try and get like behind a tree or.
Well, there's no trees. It's more like
It's just open.
Barren, barren.
Okay.
Kind of wasteland thing.
Yeah,
There's there's like bushes. There's like rocks.
Okay. She'll try and look in the direction that she hears the footsteps coming from, but not overtly like turn towards it.
Yep. The second you turn towards it, the footsteps stop. The sound of the footsteps stop. And you look around, and it's nothing. And as you turn back around towards the front, towards where you were heading, you are met face to face with a gigantic bear. 3 times the size larger than any bear you have ever set your eyes upon. The bear in your face. No more than like 2 or 3 inches from your face, you can feel the breath upon your face.
She's gonna kind of try and make herself seem not as threatening to the bear.
The bear looks on, and suddenly the eyes of the bear go white and then light a blue as a small like smoke and flame begin to emanate from its eyes. As it looks at you, it says, Olanu.
Yes, Great Spirit.
You travel along the footsteps of your ancestors. You are destined for greatness. Follow the footsteps. We are not far behind. You will be our guide. We will be your protector.
She gives the bear a deep bow. I am honored.
He kind of closes his eyes, causing like the smoke to go out for a moment. And as he opens them again, the smoke bursts again from his eyes. He looks directly at you. You will end this rhyme. The night will fall to you. Save our people.
She puts a hand across her chest and again bows. I accept. I shall end the rhyme and save the Akhenathi.
As you do so, the bear kind of steps back and then steps up on 2 feet. And as it steps on 2 feet, you can see it's now 15 feet in the air tall. As it roars in the air. It just lets out a grunt. It lands in the snow next to you. And as it lands, the snow, poof, almost as if like a whale entering the ocean from breaching. Boosh, the snow topples up over the bear. And as the snow
dissolves and comes back down from gravity. No, excuse me, from gravity. The bear dissipates into the snow. Leaving nothing in sight.
She just kind of smiles to herself. Two spirits have talked to her today and have told her that she is chosen. She'll just kind of reach back, scratch on Percy's beak a little bit, and then continue.
You see Percy is nibbling on the deer.
Not too much, Piggy.
You begin walking again, and off in the distance, you hear as you continue walking for about another half hour or so, you eventually reach the large downed tree that you know to where Ian had told you that he's probably going to meet up with you at some point. And as you reach the tree, Ian's nowhere in sight.
She kind of grumbles to herself, but she'll wait.
You kind of cross your arms and place, kind of readjust the deer that sits upon your shoulders. And as you're sitting there, I need you to roll a perception check.
14?
14?
Yes.
So as you're standing there, you start to hear yet again footsteps approaching from behind you.
She'll turn around to face footsteps.
As you turn around, you can see Ian slowly making his way towards you, and then as soon as you see him, he stands up tall. It's like, damn, I'm losing my touch. Hey there, Olanu. Looks like you got some food.
Hey. Eventually, but yes.
Must have been a breeze for you.
Speaking of, these swords, they're useless.
He kind of looks at you in surprise from the show of aggression that he has not necessarily seen directly, but of course he's heard of, and that causes him to kind of take one step back, and he's like, "Oh, you get them from the Blades?"
Yes.
Well, I'm sure Garn the Hammer will will reimburse you, maybe.
Reimburse me?
Well, I mean, it's still intact, right?
For the most part. She goes to pull it out of the sheath.
You go to pull it out from the sheath, and the fucking handle just pops off of the blade. And the blade falls to the snow underneath you, and you're just holding the pommel.
No, it's not still intact.
He kind of looks at you and he scratches his head and he's like, "Oh, well, shit. Yeah. Well, let's head back to the Blades then. Why don't you put that deer back up on the sled? We picked up that girl we were talking about. Don't worry about her. She's fine."
Okay, it wasn't. She'll walk off towards the back of the cart, pull the deer off, and throw it into the cart. Take a brief look.
Yeah, you see sitting in the cart, kind of tucked back away with arms crossed, holding a small book in her hand. Just looks kind of like a more skinny female figure. And she takes a moment to look up at you and oddly enough, you're looking down and you see a bit of red in her eyes, which is very unsettling at first, but due to the amount of time that you've had, or you've been told that, you know, don't worry about it. Doesn't necessarily.
She just kind of makes a and then walks away.
So you just toss the deer onto the thing, causing the deer to kind of like slide on its own entrails, like remaining entrails, and slide into the woman, and the woman just like for a moment, and just kind of like lifts her arms up as like one of the hooves kind of like moves and just like blocks his or her vision. And you begin making your way forward past the cart and past the dogs and everything like that. Ian is now heading on his way back towards the sled. He's like, "You gonna go up ahead like you normally do then, I guess?"
Yeah.
All right, appreciate it. Let us know if you see anything.
Will do. Don't exactly have a reliable weapon to do anything with.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Mm-hmm.
And he
She
makes
walks.
his way. Yeah, he makes it just like exactly at the same time. You just keep walking past each other, and you can see Ian. You turn back one more time, and you can see Ian, you know, make his way towards the dogs, make sure they're okay, and you just keep going. Not too long after you began making your way back, about an hour or so into the travel, you start to see the outskirts of the town, and unlike the sled that has to travel along the path, you don't necessarily need to, and you gather high ground in order to make sure that there's nothing that is either going to jump the thing or, you know, come out of nowhere. And as you top the side, this hill just outside the large hill that leads up to Bryn Shander. As a matter of fact, you can see the outside of Bryn Shander at this point, the large wooden palisades that is the walls to Bryn Shander. You top up this large hill. As you can see from a distance now, the approaching sled off in the distance, and you look over to the side from where you are, and off to the side you can see the tall wooden stakes that stand about 20 feet in the air. Just solo stakes, almost as if like trees with no leaves or branches coming off of it. You see that there are 3 of them set up outside of Bryn Shander, and along the bottom of it, where the snow seems to be just kind of peeking over the bottom of the pole, you see half buried in the snow skeletons of what looks like humanoids, half eaten and frozen along the poles. And you know these as the sacrifices that Bryn Shander has been making towards the Frost Maiden in order to help, or in order to attempt to help pull the everlasting night. You see,
She just kind of shakes her head.
yeah, you see
Mutters
small,
useless.
you see small like animals feeding off of, you know, some of them, and some of them kind of dash off into the thicket. And after seeing that, you make your way back down the hill, as it doesn't seem like there's anything else of worry as the thing is approaching. And as you reach the front gates, 2 guardsmen that are keeping the front gates closed begin to open it as they see you approaching, knowing a very common face. And as you make your way through, you watch as like the 2 guards just kind of like look up at you as you pass slowly past them. And they suddenly
Just
like, oh, go ahead. You keep walking.
Yeah. I don't pay him any attention.
Yeah. And you just hear like whispers and grumbles kind of behind you, and suddenly they like turn back and they're like, "Hey, hold on there!" as they begin to stop the sled. and you continue making your way down into the city. You note that the city itself is quite desolate and has been ever since you've made your way around here. The houses or the bungalows or whatever, what somebody has called home, they all seem pretty desolate. All doors are closed, all windows are closed, if not boarded up. You see very small amounts of house fires. If anything, you see small lanterns that light the inside of houses, giving off the faintest of orange glow. And you see now that like a couple guards just slowly walking their way down the path, and you even pass what seems to be a makeshift cemetery. It's very small, no more than like 20 or 30 people probably buried there. But you see, like, the headstones are essentially just large boulders that they placed in a sequential manner. And you see small dead flowers kind of lining the snowbanks leading up to those rocks. And as you make your way towards the center of town, you make your way towards the Black Iron Blades. You know your way there, as you've been there several times now before. And you look up and you can see the frozen sign swinging in the wind. As it swings in the wind, you can like see the frost that has attached itself to it, or the stalactite, or excuse me, the icicles that have attached to it swing as well. And approach the house.
She's gonna kind of sit outside for just a second, kind of clean off some of the entrails and stuff that was dripping down her coat.
Sure.
Just so she's not as frightening in appearance when she walks through the door.
Yeah, sure, okay.
Tell Percy to stay in her cloak, or in her coat,
Yep.
and then push through the door.
Percy even has his own like personal flap that he like grabs with his beak and like pulls it up over his head, and it just covers him up.
Yeah. And she'll go up to the door and knock on it.
Yep. Boom, 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 boom. On the door. And your stature, like the door frame, is like right at your head level, if not even below it, so you have to duck in order to get in. After a moment of waiting, the door opens. And when the door opens, you can see now in front of you a very pretty lady with red hair, curly, really pretty eyes. And you look on, you can also see a new face in the corner of the room. A human face, both of these faces human. And you see what looks like a very injured, bearded fellow who is just now taking off like all his gear. And you also see what looks like to be 3 different dwarves that you haven't seen before, but they all have the insignia of what looks like a flagon of mead or ale, and they all wear this insignia upon them. And they all just kind of seem to be staring like at you in disbelief as you fill the frame of this door. And you see now, kind of coming up from behind the counter. Oh, Olanu, welcome back. You got my goods.
I'll tell you what I don't have. A usable sword.
Oh, whatever do you mean?
She throws the handle to the blade on the ground.
It like hits the ground, clink, clink, clink. It like slides a little bit before stopping and hitting his toe. As he looks down, he's like, broke another one?
It fell apart in my hand. I couldn't even pull it from the sheath.
Oh, come on, you're fibbing. And he kind of like looks at everybody in the room like, come on, you're fibbing, right?
You can ask Ian. I'm not fibbing.
All right, look, Olanu, I'm sorry. Give me some time. Here, in the meantime. And he just kind of like goes back behind the counter and picks up some random like small short sword and hands it to you. The thing is
What is
almost
this,
like
a toothpick?
It's like almost like a dagger in your hand. And he's like, look, go ahead and roll an intimidation check.
Yes. 20.
20 again, nice. So as he's like, look, it's the best I got, and he kind of just looks up at you, and he like can see the anger in your eyes. He's like, whoa, hold on, I just remembered, and he like grabs the sword from your hand and like runs back to the back, and you can hear a bit of shuffling from behind the shelves.
Just start popping my knuckles.
You can see everybody in the room is still quite silent. Even the three dwarves that were talking like boisterously before you entered kind of have like slowed their talk. You see one of the dwarves is kind of like looking up in the air in different directions and just like looking out the window. And then coming out from behind the shelf, he says, "You've been working for us for quite some time, Olanu. Look, I don't mean to be, forthright about everything being not that great here, but obviously things are not that great. Is Ian behind you? Is he coming?"
He is. He has a woman with him as well. Not the normal two. An additional one.
All right. I don't know what that means, but I'll tell you this. With the goods that he's got and with what seems to be an issue here with these guys, maybe you can have this on loan. It was my brother's. Here. And he pulls out like a large two-handed axe as he lays it on top of the bench in front of him. And you look, and this is clearly not of his making. This axe seems to be well made. The leather seems to be in good repair, as it seems to be like wrapped around the handle neatly. And the axe looks to be in pristine condition for what it is.
Awesome. She's happy, but she's trying to like hide some of her enthusiasm.
Okay.
And she picks it up, kind of gives it a good like feel. Kind of looks around. There probably isn't space in here for her to give it a swing.
There is very little space, but if you want to give it a swing, you can go for it.
She'll settle for just pushing it up on her shoulder.
Yeah.
This'll do.
As you swing it up against your shoulder, you feel the weight upon the blade, and you know that immediately that the steel or whatever this is crafted with is much better than what you've been dealing with, the rusted and pinged metal that you've been dealing with. This one seems pristine for what it is. He's like, look, you take care of that, all right? And for as long as you work for me, I guess you can take that on the road. Make sure that everything's, A-okay. You are our protector and everything, so...
As long as I'm alive, I'll
alive.
keep it safe.
Right. So, anyways, really appreciate it, and I'll go help Ian with whatever he's doing. And just as he's about to exit from behind the counter, another knock comes on the door. And the door opens as like a darkened, skinned creature that you had seen in the back of the sled has now made its way to the door, and you see again those red eyes, as she kind of unfurls her her cloak, or not her cloak, but her weather gear from around her head. You see now the long blood red hair, and she kind of whips it back and forth to kind of clear it from her shoulders, as she looks into the rest of the group and looks around. It's silent for a few seconds, and then the female dwarf, the one that had been kind of sitting there the whole time, she kind of looks to the group and she'll be like, "Well, this is an awkward bunch." And that's where we're in today's session. Yeah,
completely clueless as to why this is awkward.
It was just silent. Everybody kind of just looking around, and she breaks the silence with, "This is awkward."
Yeah. Right.
There you go.
I'm so excited.
Guys, if you're watching this on YouTube, thanks for tuning in. That is the last of our prologue sessions. So if you haven't seen the others, you need to go back and watch them all, as they all intertwine and mix with each other. That way, whenever we start session 1, you'll be caught up and you'll know exactly what's going on, and we'll have the party meet each other for the very first time inside of the Black Iron Blades. Alright guys, thanks for watching, and we'll see you on the next video. Bye guys.